All right, so originally I didn't intend to make a response video to this because it's almost Christmas and I kind of figured who cares, and I haven't talked about this shit in almost 7 years on my old YouTube channel or whatever, right? This whole feminism, sexism, my art designs, blah 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 bullshit in gaming or whatever, right? But I thought about it and I watched the video a couple of times. As you can see, I'm subscribed to ZZ. I follow her stuff. You know, I watch her speed paints and everything like that. So, I like her content. So this isn't like an attack or anything, right? Like a gotcha hot take on Miss ZZ or anything like that. But I really thought about like what she's talking about in the video and what people are saying in the comments, and it kind of made me realize that, dude, you people don't actually give a flying fuck about character design. You fucking don't. And I say that as somebody who, draws smut as a hobby and is trying to learn how to draw. Even, my drawings are fucking shit. That's why I follow, more and more art channels because I'm trying to learn, from other people how to, be a better artist. But it's like, when it comes to things like writing, like the actual character design, it's like we've gone to this point where we can criticize art styles. The head is disproportionate. He has like giant. He's a giant fucking head, and he has the little baby face, like the fucking Little Bit skit in Rick and Morty, and his legs are all fucking deformed and shit. That's just my art style. And ZZ will come up here and tell you that your art style is fucking shit. So we can criticize art styles. We can criticize anatomy for just being fucking gobbledygook garbage, but what we apparently can't do is criticize character design for not making any fucking sense in the story. And like I get the core premise of the video, which is, let me draw whatever the fuck I want. My creative freedom, don't touch my titty, which is fine. I agree with that premise. But the more I thought about it, the less sense it really made to me. And that's what inspired me to make a video response. Well, that and some comments and stuff that I read, which I guess I'll do that in the second half. That was really only the first half of this video that's really fucking important. Well, I mean, important is the wrong way to use it. I guess relevant, right? Because the rest is just going to be reading some shit, just kind of as an epilogue to cement the point that I'm going to be making in the video. But I read some stuff that people were saying. I was talking with a couple of people in the comments. It just kind of made me realize that we, as a collective, gamers and weebs and shit, they just don't care about quality. That's the vibe that I'm getting anyway. And I find it kind of disturbing how the comments are just yeah, like leave my titty alone, leave my titty alone. Gets fucking well, that's in populars. Let me just switch over to populars for a second. Comments. Yeah, so like all this shit gets 2K, 100, 500 fucking likes. Oh my god, just fuck the social justice warriors. I love titties, blah 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 blah. But any comments that's kind of like, I don't know, guys. It seems kind of contrived. I don't know. It seems like a bullshit reason to I don't know. It's like we're blowing smoke up each other's asses, you guys. Those comments are just skipped over. So I figured, well, since people probably aren't reading this, because well, I guess keep flipping in between comments and bring my comment back up. So since people probably aren't going to read all of this, right? Unless you pause it and you decide to read it right now. I figured since people aren't going to read that, and I looked it up. I looked up sexual pandering on YouTube. Like nobody's talking about it. I figured, fuck it, right? I mean, if no one else is going to talk about it, I'm the only person who's going to talk about it. So it's either going to be me or it's going to be nobody. So this is going to be just a video response to ZZ. We're going to go through it piece by piece and to explain to you what I agree with, what I disagree with, and why I think is indicative of why character designs, female character designs in particular, are fucking stupid, and why we're never going to get anything of quality ever again, because I breathe through my fucking skin. So let's just go ahead and get it going, right?
Piss me off, I will raise my voice, and this is definitely an arm
Well, hold on. Let me just start off by pointing something out. I don't get why this would actually make you upset. Now, I've been agitated when people talk about this shit with me before, when I've argued with social justice warriors about this bullshit, but I've never actually been upset. I think she's just exaggerating. I don't think she's actually angry about it. This is a weird way of putting it. But it shouldn't really upset you. It's kind of this is typically the kind of shit that I ignore, but when you really read into it, like there's a point to be made here. That's what the video is going to be about, right? If I shut the fuck up and actually went on to the fucking video response, right?
Crossing moment. However, I cannot stoop myself so low to draw that sprite. Anyways, how's it been going, gamers? I know it's been a while, but as I mentioned,
Gamers, right? Now, I wouldn't highlight that part if it wasn't for the fact that the way that she says that highlights who this is targeted to. So when I start shitting on gamers and weebs, and I'm talking about weeb culture and gamers and forever aloners and all this other bullshit, when I start talking about that shit, keep in mind that this is who the video is targeted at anyway, right? Or she wouldn't have had the reason to say gamers. Like, it's about video games. It's about anime, Japanese media. It's about the character representation in those media. And it's not like American animation is kind of like this hallmark or whatever. There's going to be a couple examples here in the comments about fucking the Star Sapphires. Look, man. This is what a 13-year-old boy or some shit thinks about women or whatever. Like this is the type of character design. Like, this was designed by a guy. I could tell. Yeah, they're like the pink version of the Green Lanterns, and they shoot love beams, and they're like all super feminine. They're femme fatales and blah blah. Like, cause there's like the girl version. There's a girl version of the Green Lanterns. Like, what? Female does not necessarily mean pink. Female does not mean I'm all about love and hearts. That's such an othering way to design a character. I can't think of another way to phrase it other than othering, right? Because, well, I'm a guy and they have vaginas, and I can't relate to vaginas. Aren't like people with vaginas just people that I want to fuck? I'm just gonna write from that perspective of me just wanting to fuck her, right? So it's not like Western animation or whatever is like fucking perfect when it comes to any of that shit. But it's definitely a lot more obvious and a lot more prevalent in Japanese media. Not to put Japanese media on blast, I mean, I'd rather play that, or rather, have my anime titties and shit than suffer through all the progressive pandering and shit that they try to force into so much Western media that just makes it fucking cancer. But that doesn't really change the fact that Japanese media is being designed with all these criminally low birth rates in mind, right? So let's just keep it moving.
before, I work, and writing scripts is stressful. Anyways, let's get to the point of this
Yeah.
video. As you can tell from the title, we'll be talking about redesigns and the dismiss of sexualization in media, since they seem to have the same beliefs and morals. These are things that people would call Tumblr-ish. If you don't know what I'm referring to, then don't worry, I'll explain, and I'll even have some examples to show you.
The examples that she shows you, how do I put this? When putting clothes on a character is Tumblrizing them, what the fuck does that tell you? I'll explain it when the actual redesigns come up, right? I'll explain it when I actually get to that part.
So, in case you're not aware, redesigns is simply designing something again or in a different way. So when it comes to character redesigns, it's normally just changing their clothes.
Like taking a mummy from medieval, because I mean, granted, I'd have to comb through the fucking comments in order to show this link, which I'm not going to do right now because fuck it, but just to prove I actually read the other people's comments, right? That would include something like taking the mummy character, Kai or whatever the fuck, from medieval, and taking a fucking mummy, stripping her down, and basically making her into like a ghost, right? She's kind of like this creepy looking ghost, but she's wearing like a bed shawl, so her boobies are covered by the see-through shawl, and she's not like wearing any panties. And I think it looks better. Like, you can think that, but when the redesign takes an aspect of the character and throws it into the goddamn garbage, I have to ask some questions because she's supposed to be a fucking mummy. I still haven't played Medieval 2. I only played the first game, but I know enough about it to tell you that she's a fucking mummy. She already has her midriff showing and shit. Like, who gets mummified in their bedgown? That would have made more sense if she was murdered and came back as an Egyptian ghost, right? But she's supposed to be a mummy. realistically speaking, her entire fucking body should be covered in bandages. But I gotta show some skin, or else Sir Dan can't get his boner hard, But he doesn't actually have a dick down there, but like I don't know, it's some kind of bone thing down there to replace his penis. It can't he can't get his bones up if he isn't showing any skin. So I guess I can accept that, but hopefully you're gonna start seeing a theme here. And the theme, I'm going to just go ahead and spoil it right now, right? The theme that we're going to be seeing here is contrivancy, assuming that's a real word. I think I'm using too many big words, that I don't know how to use, right? But it's contrived. A lot of the reasons that we're going to be seeing for why these characters are designed this way is very, very contrived. It's kind of just pulled out of the ass to justify the design of the character, right? Let me go ahead and just switch this to theater mode, so we can get ready for when the redesigns show up.
There's plenty of redesigns that can do this right and look nice. For example, I saw this Bayonetta redesign, where she was given braids. Heck, I dig it. What about this redesign?
That's not a redesign. It's just giving the character different hair. Oh, and by the way, speaking of Bayonetta, right? I played that fucking game too, the first game ever. I don't actually like Bayonetta, like the game, not just the character. I found the character to be fucking obnoxious, but like I legitimately don't fucking like the game. But like, why is Bayonetta's costume made out of her hair exactly? Well, she's an Umbra witch, and Umbra witches they shoot their hair out of their body. Yeah, but so in the second game when she has short hair that doesn't touch like her neck and shit, where's the costume coming from? Well, I mean, there's pubic hair. She's got hairs on her cooter, and the cooter hairs curl up. Like, you see where I'm getting at? Like, the whole "my outfit is my hair" thing feels like an excuse for the character to strip half naked whenever she uses her Umbra Witch attacks, right? And that's fine in and of itself. That's not bad, right? I'm not saying we need to ban Titty. Titty is bad. Well, I hate Titty, and it's degeneracy and it's corrupting our youth. I mean, if you saw some of the garbage that I was drawing, you know that I don't give a fuck about corrupting the youth. If anything, I am corrupting the youth. Just got through drawing fucking breast expansion, milk fetish porn shit like that's degeneracy. That's destroying the fucking youth right there. But it's definitely like a bullshit reason, right? That's why I love the example of Quiet from Metal Gear Solid 5, where, I really have to ask yourself, does Quiet is Quiet naked because she breathes through her skin, or does she breathe through her skin so she can be naked? Because somebody had to design that character. The character didn't just congeal out of the fucking ooze. Somebody got their pen and paper or whatever. They sat down, they started coming out with different character designs, and what they got was fucking just Quiet. And it's like, well, why? Well, I mean, she breathes through her skin, so she has to dress that way. Well, you could have given her different abilities. You could have dressed her a different way. No, that's fine, but it's contrived. It's a bullshit reason for why a character looks a certain way. So when I hear stuff like, "Well, the star sapphires, like they're supposed to be dressed that way," my character, she has breast expansion powers, and her titties need to be exposed because she shoots milk at people. Like, that's what her superpower. Like, you're making superpowers up to justify your character design, is what it feels like anyway, right? And I'll wait till we get to the Danganronpa characters, because I really want to dissect those characters to make this point about the importance of character design, because character design isn't just something you throw together. That's kind of how it's being presented in this video, but that's not how character design works. And I know I don't work at a big studio. I don't really have anything in my name. I'm not a character designer per se. I was thinking of starting, a web comic soon, but that's like completely irrelevant to the discussion. Point is, I don't have anything under my name that would lend credibility to that statement. But I like to believe anybody who actually works in this industry. If you ask them about character design, and it's something I'm going to be telling you about character design later on, they would likely agree with me. It's not just something you just throw out. Oh my god. I don't know if that even went through or not. My computer is apparently garbage. I closed Krita. I thought that would make it not crap out on me, but whatever. I'm not gonna draw on that. Point being is that your character design should actually convey things about your character visually, show don't tell, and it's not something you can just ignore when you're designing a character. You can have liberty with your character. You know, it's not like, well, the skin color has to be relevant, the length of their hair has to be relevant, the size of their feet has to be relevant. But like there needs to be a compromise between your art styles and your ambitions with the character and actually conveying useful information about a character, or else they're no different than like your typical DeviantArt OC, where they're just covered in rainbows and stripes and stars and shit for like no reason, and it conveys nothing about the character. Their tits are just big for no reason, you know, like there's I just have big titties because I have big titties, and or maybe there's like jokes about my big titties. And then you get shit like, what was it, Sandy not included, with like every female character, or that one character in particular who's just a giant pair of tits, and like their personality is, well, they're the main character's mom. That like the two boys are stupid, and they're like the mom because like the only female character that I know in real life is my mom. Like you see where I'm getting at? It's bad writing, and character design and writing are kind of married to each other. At the very least, they have an open marriage. Character design and writing matter. And a lot of these stories are fucking terrible, and I can kind of tell when something is going to be terrible because of the fucking character design. I guess one more pot shot, since I'm already raging war with a YouTuber that I like. Might as well rage war with another YouTuber that I like and have everything be misinterpreted, you know, and just be labeled a fucking hater and shat on. But look, I'm sorry, dude, but I'm not really looking forward to Blade Devil because it looks like the character design and everything. Like, I don't feel like you have a story to tell. It doesn't feel like it's coming from any kind of genuine place, like a genuine place of creativity. But maybe if I read the synopsis of Blade Devil, I would feel differently. But I feel like that is you taking the piss because, well, we want sexualized designs and we hate the social justice warrior, so I'm just gonna create Blade Devil and have my Enemu character with two different colored eyes because I haven't seen that a million fucking times before. I don't know. I'm not convinced, but who cares if I'm convinced? If I'm not the audience, who cares, right? So you don't have to bend over backwards to please some fucking nobody on the internet. I'm just making a point that when these people branch out to make their own shit, it's the same generic stuff I stopped watching anime to get away from. But let's just keep going.
And of Shantae. Oh, she looks so cute. Sure,
It's
it
just the
doesn't
same
scream genie,
character in
but
a.
I
It does. See, so she said I talked over her a little bit. She said it doesn't scream genie. It's just her in like um more traditional Arabic clothing. I almost want to say hijab. I don't know if that's a hijab or not. But she like, oh, it doesn't scream genie. Well, her default outfit doesn't really scream genie either. It's obviously based more around belly dancer. I mean, I guess belly dancer is closer to genie than hijab is, but this definitely seems like an alternate costume you could unlock in the game, right? Because there's a swimsuit outfit, there's a ninja outfit. This is, you know, a reasonable character design. As far as alternate costumes in the game would be concerned, if you could unlock this as something or something she wears out in public instead of just being in her fucking belly dancer outfit in public. But another thing that needs to be made clear, and this is very apparent in the new game, Seven Sirens, it's not just character design it's matter, it's the character itself. Like the posing of the character matters. And in Seven Sirens, I swear to God, there are so many weirdly skimpy looking positions with Shantae where she's got like her hands folded backwards, like behind her back, like she's showing her back, she's showing her butt. It's not like she's like bending over and like doing ghosts on the screen. It's not straight up just softcore porn, but they're not like the most innocent poses ever. I think they're going for like cutesy, kind of a cutesy feminine look with like the cute little playful poses. But it's kind of like bordering on that lully shit, and that didn't just sneak past me, right? I don't care. I'm gonna get the game anyway because it's a way forward game, and way forward always or almost always. I mean, I don't know. The worst way forward game I played was fucking Double Dragon Neon. Even that was a good game. They crank out a lot of good ass games, so I'm not gonna skip a way forward game for something that not only that I don't actually care about, but something that actually appeals to me. Like I'm part of the audience that likes this shit, right? And I'm speaking from that perspective. It's not the perspective of it's bad. It's perspective of saturation. Waifu spam, waifu spam, waifu spam. Like it's boring, right? And it's getting a little too much. But that's fine. But the only reason why I'm harping on that is because she talks about how the design doesn't scream genie, and the further we get down the video, that statement kind of feels odd in the sense that why does it matter? Why does it matter if it screams genie or not? Because when we get to the Danganronpa characters, like I'll explain when I get to Danganronpa, but if if it doesn't scream genie, if the whole the genie motif matters, then the rest of the stuff that you end up saying in this video is kind of like, well, why doesn't it matter all of the sudden? Like, why is it okay to ignore it all of the fucking sudden? You know, like, Bayonetta's an Umbra witch. She doesn't look like a fucking witch. Do witches just dance on strip poles? Is that what we do? We have the ending credits where they just dance on strip poles, even though she like was frozen in her coffin under the water for a million fucking years, or whatever. Is that what we do now? Like, what the fuck does that mean? What's going on here? You know, it's like I don't get it. I don't see the connection where I'm supposed to care about this character design. I guess because it's covering up her titties. I don't know, but the other character designs that show off a whole bunch of skin, I'm not supposed to care what that conveys about the character. You see what I'm getting at? All right, so let's just keep going.
I can totally see her wearing that. See, so the thing about these good examples is that they can still stay respectful and true to the source material, unlike the ones I'm going to show you. So,
Well, to be fair, respectful and true to the source, and I talk about this with a lot of people too when I talk about respecting the source material and adaptation. If you adapt something and your whole point is to just tear it the fuck down, then why not just make something original? There's no point in adapting it. And so I kind of agree with that statement somewhat. The somewhat part comes from the big butt, the big butt, the big back comes in when you consider that when a character design does not make sense, it doesn't make sense. It just doesn't. Oh, my mic is scratching. But when a character design doesn't make sense, it just doesn't make sense. When redesigning a character, you might want to change some things, even if it goes against the source material, for the sake of the overall narrative, because the source material might be fucking bad. It's kind of here's a kind of an extreme example. I know it has nothing to do with um, character design, but it has to do with like storytelling. It's an example, right? So the Tekken movies, we got that really shit 3D Tekken movie, Blood Vengeance, right? That garbage that tried to stay true to the source material, and everyone bitched about. But the last Tekken movie, it didn't stay true to the source material. It didn't have the devil magic and all the other the bloodline bullshit. It just focused on martial arts. Wow, you mean the good movie? Like, you see what I'm getting at? If throwing the source material in the garbage is what I have to do to make the story not shit, then creative freedom, motherfucker. Like I have to adapt this to the big screen so it's not garbage. So when redesigning a character, if you feel like a character design doesn't really convey the character, or let's change this pose here, or tweak this or tweak that, and really try to sell that character, there's disrespecting the character design, which I understand. There's Dragon Ball. What was it? Dragon Ball Revolution, right? There's Dragon Ball Revolution, and then there's Tekken, the motion picture, or no, the motion picture. No, that was the shitty ass animated cartoon. There's just Tekken, the live action movie, right? Two different things when you really consider that one of those things fix the narrative by just ignoring all the stupid shit in it, and the other one just added a whole bunch of dumb shit and just fucked the whole story up. Dragon Ball Revolution, it was just bad, or Evolution. It was just terrible, right? Just fucking awful. Nothing made more sense in that story, right? And all the stuff that did make sense in Dragon Ball, it's just bad. It's just bad, right? Well, them changing the story isn't what made it bad. Yeah, but the changes were so fucking. That is what made it bad. I don't want to hear that shit, but I'm not. I'm not going down that road again. Not going down memory lane with fucking Dragon Ball Evolution on a video talking about character designs. You get my idea. You get the idea, right? If it means that the character design isn't fucking stupid, yeah, it probably should be redesigned, and we're gonna see that later on in the video anyway. So
What did I mean before when I said that some of these designs can be Tumblr-ish? Well, using Shantae as the example again, this is what I mean. I really shouldn't have to explain why this is bad concept-wise, but let's go.
Why not? Like, why? Like, that's a really odd thing to say. Because what, her nose is shaped differently and the mouth is different? Like, someone in the comments said that, this design was really masculine. I mean, maybe. You guess you could argue that it's masculine. Look, not every single girl in existence has a face like this. I hope you realize that, right? Some women are kind of mannish. Some women might actually be ugly. Some women are actually taller than men. Did you know that? There's women on this planet taller than 5'5". Whoa, dude! Like, there's like some 6, 7 foot Amazons just stomping around. Like, you got to think outside of the box when creating characters, or else they all have the same face bullshit going on. Now, that's not to say that I don't like the way that Shantae looks. And, I prefer the original over the redesign, sure. But I can see what the artist was trying to go for with the redesign. I mean, I don't know. Like, I don't look at this and I think, oh, this is objectively fucking terrible. And they got the little things here, like unique facial features, kind of generic face. Parachute pants only accurate to Aladdin, so they fixed the parachute pants. Too much exposed shit. She's a child. I guess that's where the pedophilia accusation comes in. So they're trying to use like the whole half genie thing, like so they're backing away from belly dancer and trying to emphasize more on genie. The nose, lack of better words, unfortunately, makes her look more ethnic. You could tell that she isn't just a white girl with a tan or something. They're giving her bigger nose or whatever, bigger lips, pointier ears. That's something I kind of missed where I first looked at this picture. Though I don't know, I think her ears kind of always look like that. I'm not really sure. I had to double check her. I don't really pay attention to ears. It took me forever when I was a kid to actually draw characters that had ears and fucking noses because I always focus on the eyes and the mouth. But yeah, so I don't look at this and think, oh, this is a terrible design. I like the original better, but I see what they're trying to do. But ZZ here frames this as Tumblrizing the character. You see where I'm getting at? She says it's Tumblrizing the character and that the character design is like it's being butchered by people who just have different opinions about how this character looks. I don't even agree with their takes on these characters. Well, okay, so some of them I agree with, and I'll get to that later when I talk about how fucking retarded Widowmaker looks. But like I get what they're trying to do here, but it's like she's making it sound like it's like, look at the title, right? When Puritans attack, it's puritanical to want a character design to be unique and sensible. It is puritanical to think that. At least that's the vibe I'm getting from the video, right? I don't want to put words in her mouth because again, it's not an attack. It's not an attack video. It's not a hit piece video. But that's the impression that I'm getting from her take on these designs. And I figured she can tell people that their art styles are shit and tell people that their art is shit. She can take criticism from somebody who is one of her fans telling her that her video is kind of shit. Right? So I don't feel like I should really need to elaborate on that anymore. Right?
Go ahead and go through it. Trust me, this image on its own will make a good list of points.
Not really.
First of all, pointing jabs at the media's art style. People who do redesigns have an attitude usually like this. I don't know why. I guess some people just have sticks up their asses. Second,
Maybe,
automatically associating exposed skin with sexuality, or, as the kids say, being horny. Listen.
But that's true, right? Like you don't really get it until we start digging deep into. Well, maybe if you stop pausing the video, you fucking retard. Maybe if you stop pausing it, we would get to that point. But you just keep pausing it over and over. Oh boy. Speaking of which, hold on for a second. Gotta split it into fucking two parts now. Okay, gotta get my position back because I'm gonna break down the door. Are you complaining about women's back there? I can't have you. You can't criticize women's back there. I'm opening the door. But so let me just get my place back. What were we talking about again?
Being horny.
Yeah, that's true. Sorry, but that's true. Because here's the thing. a lot of these designs are so explicitly made with look, and I really hate this fucking phrase, but I can't think of anything better. Look, it's obviously the editing is lazy. Obviously the video is being lazy. But look, a lot of these designs are created with the male gaze, for lack of better words, in mind. Sorry, but it's the truth. So when ZZ says something, let's back this up a little bit because I lost my train of thought when my brother came to the door.
Associating exposed skin
Oh
with
no, a little bit farther
sexuality.
back than that.
This, I don't know why. I guess some people just have sticks up their asses.
I guess probably add a little bit to that. Yeah, I guess everything happens for a reason because I was gonna skip over this, but I think the reason why people criticize the art style and shit when it comes to these mediums is just due to it being played out and being generic. Notice how the complaint is generic face with rest of the cast. Not necessarily that her having a cutesy face is bad. The complaint is that it's generic. I want to say these people are saying that it's overdone, but they could just be Puritans because I'm not doubting that either. But because he's complaining about how people are coming with this antagonistic attitude towards these types of designs and just this type of medium, which is really shitty. Like, who are you to come in here and start waving your dick around, telling everybody what to do with their art? But at the same time, it's like we're all just copying each other over and over again. And it creates some of the most bland, done to death bullshit that I've ever fucking seen in my life. And it's just tiresome to look at. So let's just bring that back one more time so we can go ahead and make sure I addressed everything. People are complaining because it's derivative. Yes, people are in fact designing the characters with their dicks, which is kind of talked about later on when we get to Yoko Taro at the end. Um, and associating exposed skin with sexuality. It's not just exposed skin. You also have to associate the character's overall design, or not associate. You have to also consider the character's overall design, their posing and presentation, and everything else. Like it's pretty obvious when a character is sexualized. You can make a character sexualized um, without even having to take her clothes off if you use like certain types of suggestive poses or certain types of clothing like lingerie and stuff like that. You can also have a character be completely non-sexualized and naked, butt ass naked. If she's hunched over, she's like an action pose, covered in dirt, snarling or some shit, like she's like some cave woman or something. She could be butt ass naked, and that's not really sexualized just because of the context of the picture, the context of that pose that character would be in if you designed it that way. So yeah, the exposed skin, I'm not really seeing the connection between exposed skin and sexuality per se, but the type of outfits that these characters wear are typically explicitly sexual in some kind of way. Like it's short skirts, right? It's not like torn clothes or just like exposed arms. It's like showing off. It's like Ivy, right? Like the fucking gimp suits and shit. So when you say exposed skin, are you talking like just wearing a t-shirt and short shorts? Or are you talking about what people are actually talking about, which is being screaming gibberish at the top of her fucking lungs while a hair monster comes out of her cooter, comes out of out of another fucking dimension, and then eats angels and shit. Like, are you talking about that? Or are you talking about something that people generally aren't talking about when they complain about exposed skin on a character, right? Sorry, I kind of dug in a little deep there, but it kind of just came out of me, and I figured I got to wrap up that point so I can move on. But like that's the point. Like that's not what people are actually complaining about.
Second, automatically associating exposed skin with sexuality, or as the kids say, being horny. Listen, you might think I'm exaggerating or I'm digging too deep into that single point, but nah. I know this is what the artist thinks because they did this on a Risky Boots redesign where they admit, yeah, y'all fuckers just being horny.
Well, I mean, but like, see, that's the thing, right? That's what I'm talking about. You cannot convince me that this person does not have a point when you are talking about Risky Boots. Because, see, I actually played this game, and I played the Risky Boots DLC, where the stage select screen is Risky Boots literally butt ass naked in a hot tub while her servants serve her every whim with her feet sticking out and everything. Like that is the character select screen, or not the character select. That's the stage select screen when you pick bitches and shit as this character. Like what the fuck? You see where I'm getting at? Like I need to stop repeating the same shit over and over again, but it's like oh my god, like that speaks for itself. She has a skeleton head bra, doesn't wear boots, which I didn't even notice until this artist pointed it out. Okay, she's an adult presumably. I mean, yeah, like it doesn't like how do I put this. You can design a character with your dick if you really want to, because that's what the whole point of artistic freedom and hentai and all that shit is. But don't try to deny it. So let me just get this straight real quick. So she says that the artist is coming from the perspective that sexuality is like that exposed skin is correlation to sexuality, and she brings up Risky Boots saying that that she knows this about the artist because the artist made this example with Risky Boots, even though Risky Boots has like the bathing scene and shit and just all the different types of posing and shit for Risky Boosts that generally kind of make the character at least slightly sexualized, if not straight up sexualized when she's in the fucking bathtub. Now you can make the argument that well, all because a character is daintily just daintily shaking her legs over a fucking tub while a whole bunch of servants massage her fucking feet doesn't necessarily mean that it's sexualized. But at that point, how many hairs are you gonna split until you just admit that Risky Boots and fucking Roddy Tops and all these other characters are designed with at least some form of sexuality in mind, which is kind of what WayForward as a company is known for. Fucking Alta and Mighty Flip Champs, the cute looking anime girl, she really wasn't sexualized that much and really at all, right? And the little sprite is just like the little chibi sprite, and she's wearing like a full body dress or whatever. I think she. No, I don't think she showed a midriff either. It was just like a dress. She's pretty cool, right? And you got the space character chick from Mighty Milky Way or Milky Way, whatever. Like that, I never played that game. The Milky Way game where you have the gravity stuff. So like their niche is kind of cute, cutesy, feminine kind of girls, right? That's that's their niche. That's their thing. I mean, maybe niche is the wrong word because everybody fucking does it, but that's kind of what they do with a lot of their female characters in a lot of their games, and it's one of the things that I like about their games that they do that a lot. Another game, a Mighty Switch Force. That's another game that falls into that category where Patricia Wagon, if I remember correctly, that was her name, Patricia. She has some sexualized poses. There's pictures of her from the game where she's like in a two piece and shit. And of course the little police outfit she has exposes her big fat thighs because I gotta get those thighs right. I get a nice order of thighs please and some chicken legs. Yeah, I got my chicken legs and my chicken thighs. So she got all that going on. That's how they design their characters. You can't convince me that like this character had no sexual intent behind them. The argument shouldn't be that this is bad. Oh, you're exposed. You're trying to associate exposed skin with sexuality. No, the character's postures and everything in the game. It is obviously designed with some sexual intent behind it. The question should be whether or not that's a bad thing or whether or not anybody should care, right? Because I don't believe this notion of cultivation theory where if we just spam this shit is going to cause people to just get raped. I don't think that's a thing that really happens in real life. I haven't really seen anything that really convinces me that the Proteus effect has any genuine credibility behind it, unless we're just counting for fucking mentally insane people who cannot distinguish reality from fiction. In which case, your argument hinges on the idea that everybody is too stupid to distinguish drawings from people. I don't think that there's anything there, right? For most people, anyway. Maybe insane people, there's something there, but for most people, there's nothing there. But that does not change the fact that these are sexualized character designs, and it's kind of like we're sidestepping that instead of just admitting it and being like, "All right, now what? What do you mean? Yeah, it's sexualized. So what? I didn't think you'd actually just accept it, right?" Like she's trying to. It feels like she's trying to divert away from that when it's the truth. It's the truth. And you look, man, play the fucking Risky Boots campaign and Half Genie Hero, and tell me with a straight face that nobody thought at least a little bit like, I kind of want to put this in here so at least the player gets a little bit of a chub. But they did not think that. They didn't have any kind of dominatrix kind of inspiration from when they were designing the character at all. Holy shit, dude! Like, she could always be wearing a pirate jacket. She could always look more like a pirate. We could always, get her like the little pirate jig, make her look like Captain Hook or something. She doesn't have to be wearing a skull bra. There are reasons characters are designed the way that they are, dude. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
Last point, and this gets on my nerves tremendously. That point being the belief that if a female character is showing skin in any way, shape, or form, they are automatically reduced to fan service or eye candy. Yes, it is actually as stupid as it sounds.
Not really. It really depends on the context of what we're talking about. Like, Risky in the fucking bathtub, the bubble bath that you got to see every single time you pick a stage with Risky Boots. The thing that we're kind of just ignoring. Um, I haven't played Danganronpa, but I got the Danganronpa stuff over here because I was going to talk about that when I finally get to the fucking Danganronpa games. But apparently that there's my computer's garbage, as you can see. It's taking forever to fucking load. But apparently there are panty sprites in the game. I don't understand why that's in the game. Like it's not that exposed skin means the character is sexualized. But when the reason the character's skin is exposed is usually for like croc shots or whatever the fuck, what are these called? Free events? These dating events or whatever, and these games I never fucking played. The free time events, whatever the fuck those are. Why is the character exposing skin like that? That's an important question to ask. It's kind of why, like, how Elena in Street Fighter isn't really sexualized, all because she wears a bra and panties, because, well, that's how her tribe dresses and all this. Well, that's just an excuse to have a giant African woman and like, the bikinis and blah, and she's disco dancing. That's sexual. Okay, maybe when she bends over in that wind pose, that wind pose is kind of weird. But look, if that's sexualized, then explain Urian, man. That dude's running around a fucking thong in Street Fighter 3. Fucking what? And Gil, they're just running around in thongs. What the fuck? You see where I'm getting at? Like, it goes beyond just clothing. It goes beyond just nudity. It has to do with the context of the nudity and the type of posing with the character. It's the difference between bending over to grab your undies, like you're naked, you're getting up for school. Oh, but I'm gonna be late for school. Your schoolgirl's is late for school. It's the difference between bending down to put up my pants. It's the difference between doing that and bending over to go get my pants. Oh yeah, you're watching me bend over, aren't you? Like that matters. I hate to say it, but whatever the fuck his name was, the fucking and Kitty did the blue bear guy. I fucking forgot his name. Andrew Dobson or whatever the fuck. Um, we all used to shit on that guy, and for good reason. He would draw porn too, so he really just he became a Puritan. And I remember all of his lactation porn. I blame you. I blame you, Dobson. If you were never catty in, maybe I wouldn't have been inspired to draw lactation porn. You fucking inflation fetish bear, trying to run away from your past like that. I'm ashamed of what I've done. No, I'll never undo what you've done. You'll never be forgiven. But like, even he made like a picture poking fun of that shit, and it's hard to really say that that's wrong. Like, it sounds shitty coming from him, because like, why the fuck should I take what he says seriously? But it's still true, regardless of the fact that Andrew fucking Dobson said it. You know? So, like, that matters.
Again, you might think I'm exaggerating, but let me show you a few examples of this. Here's one. How come all the Danganronpa girls wear the shortest skirts in existence? Like, do you know how uncomfortable these things are? Yeah.
Well, I mean, why do they wear the shortest skirts in existence? Let's just cover this real quick before she dismisses it, talking about how, well, maybe you're just uncomfortable in skirts because I don't know, maybe you got big fat thighs or some shit, you know, blah 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 blah. Obviously, I don't care about being monetized because I keep swearing I don't fucking care. You're gonna be demonetized. Look, doesn't matter to me, man. As long as the videos stay up, and even if they get taken down, I would rather just take them down myself. I really don't care. But where is it? Yeah, Doi. Right here. Yeah, because this shows the character's waistline. So you see this little blue line right here, and you could tell like actual character designers worked on this character. It's not surprising that her ultimate whatever was detective because of the coat and stuff. There's thought put into the character design. It's not a thoughtless character design. That's why I was going to talk about the Danganronpa characters the most when talking about character design. We're finally getting to that point. If you got to this point, you might even hear the secret word. So your comment will actually matter in the comment section. You can get to hear the secret word. But just look at this real quick, right? So this is where her pelvis is at. This blue line here, and this is where the skirt ends. This is like maybe half, if not like fucking 2/3, or not 2/3, not obviously not 2/3, a third down her thigh. Why? Why is she wearing a miniskirt? What about the miniskirt conveys detective? Is there anything about having a miniskirt and all the characters having miniskirts that says I'm a detective? Or does it have something to do with these? Does it have something to do with that? Right? Like I don't get it. Now, I haven't played the games, and I'm not going to tell you that Danganronpa is just porn. This is a visual novel porn game for lonely people or whatever, because I haven't played the fucking game. So I'm going to refrain from saying anything really critical about a story that I know nothing about. But it's hard for me to really understand, like, that doesn't really convey anything about the character. The whole wispy look of the character, oh, she's distant from other people and blah 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 blah. Because I actually read this before I started talking and stuff. I read the general synopsis for the character. I can kind of see that by how she's like pushing away, how she's backing away in this picture. That pose, like poses and stuff like that, the clothing, it's supposed to convey some kind of information about your character visually. Show, don't tell. So when you have like characters like I'm in this kung fu pose and he's got this smug look on his face and like all this stuff says things about the character visually without having to read blurbs about them. All of that matters. And even with this character with her short ass skirt, she has this backing away pro like she's in the middle of a fucking backdash in a fighting game or some shit. And that, kind of conveys that she has a back off kind of personality. But the skirt doesn't really convey shit. Other than she's a schoolgirl, I guess. Now I'm not saying her having the really short skirt is bad. I actually think that the character designs in Danganronpa are pretty good overall. Which is why I really, really want to talk about Danganronpa here and the character designs for Danganronpa. Because ZZ says something that's so counterproductive to her argument that I cannot believe that got into the video, like completely unedited. Like she said that she didn't see anything wrong with it, she kept it rolling, and like that's shipped. That's shipped onto YouTube, and people are just like, I love it, that you're so right, 160,000, yeah, I love it, I love it. Even though what she says completely blows up her own argument, and it doesn't even have to. It doesn't even have to. There's an easy way around it, but highlighting it is so bad, right?
Yeah, that's probably just you, if I'm being honest. So, I was too late to screenshot the rest of this thread because they deleted it. However, this person does go on
I
to.
read in the comments that contextually speaking, they deleted the comment thread because they were being harassed by people, like somebody's fans were sicked on them or whatever. Look, I don't really know. I obviously don't really care all that much, but just to offset the implication that they deleted the thread because they backed away or they were a coward about their position, from what I'm hearing is because they got shat on. And I'll know whether or not that's true if I look at my video and not only does it have a whole bunch of downvotes, but a whole bunch of people are blowing smoke out my ass trying to tell me that I'm wrong, and nobody knows the secret word, proving that they didn't actually watch the fucking video. Speaking of which, I guess now is the time to crank it out. Maybe it's a little too soon. You know what? No, it's a little too soon. I'm gonna make you wait till about 5 minutes into this video, and then you'll get the fucking secret word. There you go.
Fight with people in the comments about how Danganronpa is just an awful series that sexualizes their characters and how it's not cool to sexualize minors. Yes, that second part is true, but you do realize that a girl simply wearing a skirt doesn't make her sexualized. Here's another thing that makes me do the big thinking emoji. See, the character.
Remember what we said about poses and context? It really kind of depends. And those are pretty high up. Like, I haven't played the game, and I feel like there's something I don't know. Like, why is it like this is what the future appearance arc? Why does this look less sexualized than the fucking kid version? This looks like at least reaches about halfway. I mean, it's still pretty fucking short, but I'm not really feeling that. I get what she's saying. Having a short skirt doesn't necessarily make you sexualized. You put a little baby girl in the bikini and she's sliding down the slip and slide. That's not necessarily sexualized unless you're a pedophile, in which case the problem is you, right? But some character poses like it will make sense. It will make sense. Let's get to it, right? It will make sense.
Characters in Danganronpa are either above 18 or their age isn't available.
Yeah.
Also, don't bring up they're high schoolers bullshit, because we all know their situations happen a few years into the future. For all we know, they could be above 20 years old. Actually, why don't we run by the characters in this example real
You shouldn't be doing that. Are you sure about that? You know, just little John Cena clip. Are you sure about that? Because when she does that, it highlights the problem.
quick? Kyoko Kirigiri, 19. Junko Enoshima,
So barely
unknown.
legal. When a character is fucking unknown, there are two characters in this. The other character over there are unknown. When a character is unknown, here's a little fun fact for you. How about another joke, Murray? What do you get when you release a fighting game in America where two of the main characters are underage, yet they're running around in their fucking skimpy ass underwear? You get what you fucking deserve. You label their age as unknown. And what game am I talking about? Talking about fucking Dead or Alive. When the original Dead or Alive came out, Kasumi and Ayane were their ages were listed as unknown in outside of Japan because inside of Japan they were under 18. So when people say, "Well, the age of consent is in Japan is 13," and then people respond with, "Well, no, that's actually a myth. That's a myth here that you're spreading. Like they bumped it up to 16 and it's 18 and it's like based on the states and the regions." Well, then that brings up even more questions as to why Ayane and fucking Consumer were like, what, 15, 16 something fucking years old in that game? And their tits are just bouncing everywhere because that was the game with the crazy ass breast physics and shit. They were underaged. If you jerked it off to fucking DOA on the PS1 or whatever, you were jacking off to underage titties and you didn't even know it. Right? So when you tell me that Junko, her age is unknown, well, I doubt her age is anything above 20, so what the fuck does that mean? Right?
Akane Owari, non-specific, but she's in her early 20s.
Non-Pacific but early 20. Well, what the fuck does that mean? So 20? So I guess just 20, right? I find it weird how we know the birthdays of these fucking characters, but we don't know how old they are. That's suspicious, but whatever, right? And Panty Shot also. I mean, but again, like this is what I'm talking about with Danganronpa, right? This pose conveys information about the character. She's kind of got this puffy up cheek going on, so she's kind of gives her kind of a pouty, kind of just stuck up kind of look. The kick, the pose in of itself, is an action pose, even though there's a panty shot in it. It's still an action pose, which tells you that the character is a fighter, knows some form of martial arts, maybe breakdancing or some shit because of the type of attack. She could punch, but instead she's kicking. Because I gotta get that panty shot, but it does convey information about the character. Junko has this just a really authoritative or arm folded stance, real basic stance. Marakuma or whatever the fuck the fucking bear is called has the same pose going on. I remember correctly in the story, she's like the one behind the bear. Like the bear is a robot and she controls it, or it works for her, or some bullshit. I don't fucking know. Again, I haven't played it. I think there was an anime or whatever based off of Danganronpa that I never fucking watched, but yeah. So that kind of displays a little bit of information about the character too. Let's just ignore they all do have in fact the same face going on, which goes back to what we were talking about earlier with the faces and shit. They all have the same face going on because that's my art style. My art style is giving everyone the same facial features, right? Because that's what the anime look is. Just everyone looks the fucking same. Everyone's head is shaped like an almond, or if you're a girl, rather, your head is shaped like an almond. But if you're a guy, then you get to have variety in your body shape. So yeah, so that's the thing about Danganronpa is that these character designs aren't just garbage character designs. They aren't just garbage sexualized character designs. But there's also panty sprites in the game. So it's kind of like meeting down the middle in a way, where there's some slight sexualization. Maybe you're meant to date the characters or whatever, but they didn't design the characters thoughtlessly. Just as a frame of reference here, this is what was her name? Kayako. This is what Kayako could have looked like if they picked different designs for the character. Let me just go down here where the characters. All right, here's the character's creation and development. See, look, there's an actual creation and development section. Oh my god. Um, I actually feel like this one conveys detective more so than any of the other ones. You know, especially with the glasses. She's got her thigh highs going on, so she's. I mean, if you didn't like all the exposed skin, there's less exposed skin. She's still got a short as shit skirt, so you're gonna get your fucking panty shots. But you know that conveys the more detective side of the character. Well, this kind of picture looks almost like she's gonna kick your ass. Doesn't really look like a detective. That looks more like an action character. Like she wouldn't look out of place in River City Girls with that kind of design. You know, different designs for the hair and so forth. And if you read it, they'll tell you like why they picked one over the other. So there's different types of designs here. Oh, this one in particular is really kind of like I think those go all the way up her pants. You know, if you really didn't want her to have exposed legs. Um, and you know what character designers pick for their characters really up to them. But the core premise that I want to get across is that your character design decision should actually be related to the character. So maybe they decided I want her to have a skirt because I want her to show legs and I want her to have panty. There's panty mini games in the game. She's got to show off her panties. That has to be in the game, right? That needs to be in the game, okay? And if you don't put it in the game, I am going to have a lot of issues with you, you know, and you are gonna be fired. There's your right. That's my trademark. Okay, I gotta give the fucking God King, the super fucking God King, his goddamn money bucks that he doesn't fucking deserve because you know I use the term fired, but you get the idea, right? So it could be for a multitude of reasons, but when you're just giving characters weird shit because you can, and your character design does not make any sense, that is just getting goddamn ridiculous. And that's when we get to the fucking Kill la Kill example, the head mistress or whatever the fuck she is with the rainbow hair from Kill la Kill, which is just so fucking stupid. I mean, I would have opened up a wiki page for her, but I don't feel like it deserves that attention. That's a show where a schoolgirl strips naked or strips barely naked, right? When her boobs are pressed up against tight strings and shit and body armor. It's where she strips down to have sword fights with another woman who also strips down. Like she's fully clothed and shit, right? She did the battle fucking barren looking outfit, but even she strips down naked to have swords fights with her sister or whatever the fuck they're supposed to be, while her brother, who's some rainbow some rainbow bird creature or whatever, dressed up in some kind of fucking Marilyn Monroe fucking diva outfit. It's like, dude, Kill la Kill is stupid. So I wasn't gonna look at that because I don't feel like disrespecting myself. When I figured out that Ryoko's dress was her fucking dad, so she was wearing her dad the whole time, it's like, yeah, no, I'm not bothering trying to explain that. But yeah, so character designs, they convey information about the characters, but the skirts don't really complement that. Let me just double check here. We got any guys we can use as an example? I just want to double check and make sure the guys don't have like undies or swimsuits in the game because that might be something that all the characters in the game have. Let's go over the characters real quick and just pick a guy. I guess if anybody would have it, it would be Makoto or Nagato. Let's, I guess, go with Makoto. I guess let's go Makoto. Um, hopes he is tall, the lucky detective, whatever. Where's his free time event at? Sorry, I suddenly stopped talking for no reason. I legit wanted to just make sure I covered all my bases because I'm trying to make this point. Bonus modes, ultimate development talent. Well, maybe he's like the main character. Let's go back. What about Nagato? Or Jimmy or anybody? Like 2.5. I think I'm clicking all the protagonists, and that's why they don't have any fucking modes on here. Oh, there we go. Here's his free time event sprite. All right, I just had to double check because you don't want to frame it as well. They just want to fuck all the girls, and the guys have free time events too. You just want to make sure that you don't sound like a biased cocksucker. But you get the idea. Is that like these characters have these short skirts and stuff, and there's free time events with the panties and shit in the game, and it really begs a lot of questions. And these characters aren't like running around in like boy shorts and shit. So what the fuck, right? The mini skirts kind of just exist, which is fine. You can have your fucking mini skirts, but it's like why? All right, I think I've been on that for like 10 minutes. That's more than enough.
And lastly, Tenko Chabashira. Unknown, but possibly
Yeah, another.
18.
Wait. I forgot about that part. Yeah, so let me just cover the character design real quick. Yeah, action pose, another action pose, uses kung fu or whatever. Is probably a karate fighter, angsty look, whatever. Oh, the shoes. The shoes kind of send some messages too, because kind of like the samurai slippers or whatever the fuck that she's wearing. So it kind of gives the idea that she knows like kendo or some kind of bullshit. Little details like that matter, but possibly 18. Back that up. Back that up. You're a pretty fine woman when you back that thing up. Let me back that up real quick.
And lastly, Tenko Chabashira. Unknown, but possibly 18. Do you get it yet?
No, I fucking don't. Actually, when two of the characters are age unknown and one of them is possibly 18, no, I don't fucking get it. Like only one of those characters is supposed to be in their early 20s. Only one of those characters is 20 or above. Everyone else is barely fucking legal, and that last character, we're not even sure if she's 18. What point were you trying to get across again? Like that's what I was talking about when I said she was building up this point. So he's building up this argument, and then she just tears it the fuck down by bringing that up. And she did not need to do that at all. Now, I'm not saying that, she should have just lied to people. She should have just lied to make her argument seem like super duper fucking strong or some shit. But it's like, why don't you bring up like the Amazon chick or whatever who's in this game? Where the fuck is she? I don't know her fucking name. But there was some chick, I want to say, in the first game who looks like fucking Joe Taro from fucking Fist of the North Star. She's like big as shit, right? The Hulkster one. You didn't bring up the transgendered character, the guy that's dressed up like I think this no, then that's another character. I want to say that he or she or whatever you want to call her, she's in the first game as well because I kind of remember like the abridged series for fucking Danganronpa. I never actually watched Danganronpa or played the game itself. Like, why didn't you bring up any of those characters instead of bringing up like examples of variety in the characters, examples of the character design or whatever, character postures or anything like that? What poses like this in certain types of facial expressions and everything display about a character instead of explaining how character design is relevant to the character and how simply having a short skirt does not completely devalue the character. Instead of talking about that, you bring up how the kung fu chick over here is barely fucking 18 and has a mini skirt. Like, holy fucking shit, that was so counterproductive. That was so counterproductive. So if someone was to just blow smoke up your ass and say, well, you're just a pedo, right? You're bisexual, so that means you can't be taken seriously and you're a pedo. Guess another hot take here is like, look, I don't see people who aren't benefiting from this shit in some kind of way defend it. That's not an attack or anything, but that's kind of just an observation. I benefit from this shit. I love jerking off to this bullshit. You know, I got my giant titties. Your Ivy, he's so cool. Oh my god, you the DOA characters is all blah 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 blah. Well, you got all I got all my putang and all that other bullshit, right? And you know, ZZ did mention in the comments somewhere, so I know it's true. She probably said it multiple times somewhere else. Not that it matters or anything, but she did say that she was bisexual. So it's like, so you kind of have an attraction towards the characters, right? You see where I'm getting at? She's not really coming from the perspective of, you know, of a character designer. She's coming from the perspective of let my titty go, you know, let my people go, let my titties fly free. I love titty. I'm just like the guy. I love titty just as much as they do. And like that's cool, right? If you think that, but that is not a very compelling argument in favor of sexualizing characters, and especially to such a ridiculous fucking degree. You know, this is the fucking tip of the iceberg. You know, this is the normie shit, right? This is the tame shit. I just got through talking about Bayonetta and Quiet and shit hours ago. Hours ago, millennia ago, right? Those characters. How do you justify Bayonetta? Her character design is stupid. How do you justify Widowmaker? Yeah, so she's a sniper. She has a whole bunch of hair and she has a really big ass. And she wears spandex. And her name is Widowmaker. And she's purple, but she has like big titties. Like, dude, what? Like, you see where I'm getting at? Do you get it yet? That these character designs don't seem to complement the character's personality in any kind of way. And Danganronpa is like the most benign example because their skirts and stuff like that, they're schoolgirls, it's a school setting, so it doesn't really devalue anything. But I didn't really notice how many of these characters had skirts until you brought it up. Like, is that mandatory for all the female characters to have skirts? Can we find a female character who doesn't wear a skirt? I think she looks pretty cool. I mean, she has a skirt, but she has a skirt, but she's got the military outfit, so like that pose and everything that conveys information. The weapon itself conveys information. All that stuff matters. All that stuff matters when you're developing a character. And you've said it a million times. Get on with it. Yeah, get on with it. The get on with it meme. But just emphasizing the point that yeah, they're all schoolgirls, but they're all schoolgirls in skirts, and they have to be at least around their early 20s, if not 18 or possibly under 18, especially when their age is unknown, when you don't know if they're 18. So, yeah, when somebody says, well, you're sexualizing minors, yeah, they're probably overreaching when they say that kind of shit, but I'm hard pressed to really say that they're just straight up wrong. And when you can keep in mind, Shantae is 16 and she's belly dancing and all this other shit, like I get where that complaint is coming from. I think it's bullshit, but I get what they're trying to say because they're stung up on sexualizing minors. I don't know. I'm the one who was actually fucking molested. I seem to care about this shit less than people who just talk about this shit on people like me's behalf. They talk about it on my behalf. I don't fucking know, but whatever. Right? But I get it. These are characters who are barely fucking legal in miniskirts. One more example before I finally shut up and keep the video rolling. Philia from fucking Skullgirls. Can you explain that to me? Can anybody explain fucking the giant fucking chicken leg thighs going on in Skullgirls and how fucking tiny those skirts are with the idle animation? You see their panties in the idle animations. What the fuck is that? Right? It's my artistic freedom. I get to do whatever I want, regardless of how tasteless it looks. I mean, okay, that's cool and all, but why? And that's what we like to call sexual pandering. That's what we like to call appealing to the lowest common denominator. So because sex sells, and we can just pander porn to people, and they don't want to just admit that they're just jerking off to the characters and shit. But I'll elaborate more on that later. But I feel like now is definitely the time for the secret word. All right, so if we're talking about boobies and titties and shit, the secret word is boulders. If your comment does not begin or end with the word boulders, and you are posting a negative fucking comment telling me to eat shit, or that I don't know what I'm talking about, or blah blah blah, I'm retarded, but I don't see the word boulders in there, that means you didn't watch the video, and I'm not taking you seriously. So I'm gonna call you out on it, and I'm gonna point my fingers and laugh at you and make fun of you because you got mad that somebody on the internet criticized you for liking big titties, and instead of just taking the criticism and learning from it or just ignoring it, you got mad and decided to talk shit. And you didn't know that I was actually going to call you out, so everyone's going to see your comment and know that you ain't about shit. Right? So that's the secret word of spoilers. That applies to everyone, unfortunately. Fortunately, that applies is easy too. That applies to everybody. I can't discriminate. Okay, I can't discriminate. And be like, well, ZZ can say whatever I want because she's my queen, and I just want her. Z can say whatever the fuck she wants. Everybody has to say boulders if they're saying something like distinctly fucking like if you're going to attack me, you need to have boulders in your fucking post. All right, so let me just keep going.
With many of the characters not having a public or canon age, you can't claim them to be minors because you don't know that.
But you can't claim that they aren't minors if you don't know that. You see, you see, that's like my new catchphrase. But like, you see what I'm getting at? Like you can't say that they aren't minors. You can't say that definitively if you don't know how old they are, and they are in high school. So when people say they're high school, it's like, don't give me that they're high school's bullshit. It's like a couple of years after high school, they woke up in some school. I mean, they're dressed like high schoolers, but they're not high schoolers. They're like in their 18, 20s or whatever. Like they're 21. They can barely drink. That's not true. But we don't know that. We don't know that. And what was it like? So it was like 4 years of high school. I don't know how it's like in Japan. So they could be like maybe fucking 14, 15 years old in high school. So let's say it's like 3 years in the future, then they'd be 18. But if they're 14, it's 3 years in the future, then they're 17. And if it's like 2 years, they could be 16. They could be anywhere between 16 to 20 something years old. Which means that that character whose age was allegedly 18 or over, but we didn't know the kung fu chick's fucking age compared to the breakdancer who's supposed to be in her early 20s. The kung fu chick could be 16. We don't know. I'd have to know how many years actually passed in Danganronpa, so I'd have to actually play it and see if it tells you the number of years. But that is very up in the air. So when audiences see these characters who are dressed like high schoolers in mini skirts, and that's all they have to go off of. When they come back and tell you they're high schoolers in miniskirts and that's sexualizing minors, like, well, they aren't sexualizing minors. Keep in mind that you cannot tell them their actual fucking age. Yeah, it's true that you can't claim that they're minors, but you can't claim that they aren't minors. Like, holy shit, her age unknown, but she should be over 18, possibly over 18, possibly. What? Possibly? So underage. Barely legal. Barely legal. Jailbait. Is that what you're saying?
Also, I just want to point out Kirigiri being in this example throws me off because, well, look at her. She's covered completely besides her legs showing.
Yeah, but why? I covered Kyoko already. Like, her legs showing doesn't convey anything about being the detective. The pose shows off her standoffish attitude. She's got the gloves because, as they said in the character designer thing, which I didn't fucking read to you guys, but I read to myself, the gloves made her look more like a detective. That's why they gave her the fucking gloves. She's got the detective jacket, the big long ass tie. But the exposed leggings don't really do that. The only thing the exposed legs really show off is that this character is female. By the way, this character is female. That's the only thing the legs really convey. You know. So I get it. I get that's confusing that she's there. But what all four of those girls had in common is that they show off their legs. She's completely covered at the top. She's not showing her. But the other characters weren't showing their boobies either. That's what I'm talking. Like, those characters aren't showing their boobies. This character isn't showing her boobies. These characters aren't known for showing their boobies. But I wouldn't be surprised if the creator of Danganronpa was revealed to be a leg man. you know, like, don't we're this is splitting hairs, dude. I'm sorry. I feel shitty. At least it feels shitty for me, right? Because I'm picking fights with people, and it's like I was your biggest fan. I thought you liked me, and now you're shitting all over me. You're shitting all over my face. I can't. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Never meet your hero, SpongeBob. Hero worship is not healthy. And then Well, I forgot who the fucking dude he captured was Patrick in that episode of SpongeBob, but yeah. And that's kind of shitty, but like, you gotta understand, like, what she's saying in the video is so filled with contrivances that I couldn't ignore how it's where we are just making up excuses for why the characters look like that. My creative freedom, sure, but wow, dude, like, I don't see any guys dressed up like that. I don't really see the guys in any uniforms. To be brutally honest with you, that's another question mark right there. It would make more sense if they had like a standardized school uniform, but that wasn't that fat kid wearing like green or some shit. I think that was a green vest. I want to say it was a vest over his uniform. But it's like, they don't exactly look like they're dressed the same, yet the girls all have to have mini skirts. Why aren't the skirts at least in different sizes? I don't know. That's awfully suspicious, right?
This is sexual to you? Sure says a lot about you if it does.
Well, I
Just
agree with
saying.
that at the very least. Like, I don't see that as being particularly sexual, but you gotta keep in mind that we're also dealing with people, Tumblrites and shit, on Twitter and whatnot, on the cesspools of the internet, the fucking social justice warrior cancer. So, of course, someone shows an ankle and all of a sudden it's sexualization, but that still doesn't really explain the skirt length being that low. And that's the overall point that is kind of being skipped over. Is not necessarily that it's sexualized to have a mini skirt, but if you want to woo a guy at the next fucking frat party without being totally fucking nude, do you pick the long skirt or the short one? Like short skirts are associated with sexualization due to their exposure of skin. That's how that works. Like lingerie isn't inherently sexual. You can take a baby and cover it in like lingerie, and it'll just be like, what the fuck is this? And it starts rolling around, gooing and gone. Like, it doesn't know what the fuck lingerie is. But we as the audience know what that type of clothing is associated with. So when a character has a miniskirt, it's not explicitly sexual to have a miniskirt, but the skirt that it has a connotation attached to it. And that's where people are probably getting that from. So while I don't agree with that notion, I get why someone would see that character with the miniskirt and be like, "You're sexualizing the character because you have a miniskirt." Like, just like if you gave a character lipstick, they'd be like, "You're sexualizing the character because of lipstick. You're sexualizing the character because you painted their fucking nails. You're sexualizing the character because you gave them long nails. You're sexualizing the character because you gave them earrings or whatever the fuck." Yeah, I mean, that granted, that's getting more and more obtuse. Like, so I'm sexualizing the character by giving her feminine features. Well, yeah, but you get the idea. Clothing and articles of clothing and different types of gestures all have relevancy to the audience because of what they correlate to in the real world, and that's why character design matters, because those character designs are supposed to relay that type of information based on real life things that the audience visually recognizes through the character. Like, oh, that character's wearing a lot of red, or that character wears a lot of black. They're mysterious? Are they the bad guy? All that stuff matters. That's why the color scheme matters. That's why the posing matters, because it all conveys information based on things that we, as a society, already know about in real life. If that wasn't the case, character design wouldn't matter because it wouldn't convey any kind of information. None of the visual cues would be indicative of anything. You'd cover like the jacket, like, the fucking jacket, or the bodysuit or whatever, the guns. Like, it wouldn't mean anything if character design didn't matter. But because it does mean something, this all says something without me even reading any of this shit about the character. The ultimate soldier. Well, I didn't have to guess that, right? Because the visuals. So don't sit up here and be like, well, it says a lot about you when you say that the mini skirts are sexual, but mini skirts have a connotation attached to them, and that's being ignored, or being skipped over. Rather, she's skipping that over. It's not being talked about.
Next, we have a gem that actually made its rounds not too long ago.
Same point, relevant to this character. She has a mini skirt over the fucking leotard or whatever, and this is the redesign. The exposed skin, it has a connotation attached to it. People are, connecting the dots, and they are coming up with this character is sexualized based off of that communication. That doesn't necessarily mean that's true. It doesn't mean that it's bad, but that's why people are saying it. We aren't talking about that. You see where I'm going with this? We're not talking about character design. Or she's not talking about character design. It's like she's talking about, well, you guys are just overreacting and you're puritanical. Keep on, we're like halfway through the video and it actually gets worse past this point. Once we get past the chick from Persona 5, we are done with the positives. And we're going straight into the did you really just say that territory of weird statements. Right? So that's why people are complaining about that character. I still think it's bullshit, but that's the reason. Like, I get why they're complaining about it.
Quick edit, because Atlas is back on their horny bullshit again. Wow, that comment. Stunning and brave. It just made the content 10 times better, don't you agree? No, in reality, what an absolute fucknut. So first things first, this character in the post is...
Look, I'm trying not to just drill, because again, I say this multiple times, this is not a hit piece video. I know, like, my demeanor, my sassy attitude, all my swearing and cursing and my sailor talk will give the impression that I'm just some random asshole. But I'm really not trying to attack her on anything. But I feel like it's worth pointing out that you probably shouldn't be doing that to other people too. Like, that was kind of disrespectful. You're kind of just calling that person stupid because they have an opinion that you don't like. And that's something that I'm also going to talk about a little bit when I finish the video up, about how these people react to criticism. When I say you people, I mean like gamers and gamer culture and weebs and shit. Like, we can't take criticism from people. And I almost feel like I owe Anita an apology. I'm not going to give it to her because she scammed a whole bunch of people out of money. But I don't think she would have been able to get away with it if it wasn't for us meddling kids and our dogs too. Maybe if we didn't read so fucking hard, it wouldn't be so easy to just point the finger and say gamers are pieces of shit who lives in their parents' basement or whatever the fuck people were saying about us. If we were able to respond to criticism with any kind of intelligible, or intelligent, let alone intelligible critique. But I never see that. And sometimes I wonder if retiring from my old YouTube channel and opting out of the position of word of reason was a mistake. Because I look back at what was left behind and I see the ruins, and it's like, wow, a lot of you did not pick up the slack. And those of you who tried did not take off. I wonder if I could have made a difference. But I'll see just how much of a difference I make when this video gets 10 views and 1 million downvotes, as far as intelligible critique about character design in video games and shit are concerned.
Kazumi from Persona 5. I don't play Persona,
Kazumi.
but I can get some details from just this intro. Really, the most important detail is that she's an athletic gymnast. Just knowing this fact makes it clear to me why she's designed the way she is.
Well, why is she an athletic gymnast? Again, just quiet, breathe through her skin so she can be naked, or is she naked because she breathes through her skin, vice versa, blah, blah, blah. Did you make the character a gymnast so you can have a stupid bullshit reason to have a character show off her thighs? Or is that relevant to how her attacks work, or like her attack animations? Like, why? It's not that she can't be a gymnast. It's just that saying, well, she's a gymnast, I don't want to say it isn't good enough, because that makes it seem like, you need to do better. You need to go back to the drawing board and make something that appeals to me. You can't have titty until it appeals to me specifically. But, if I wanted to make a superheroine whose a fucking superpower was whenever she drank milk, her titties would grow super big, and she sprays milk all over people, and, the reason why she has big titties is because that's her superpower, like, well, at some point you have to be like, well, why did you make Magnificent Milkmaid exactly? Was there a particular reason you did that? And you have to explain that. All right, now I gotta cut it off again because I gotta open the door yet again. So this is gonna be 3 videos crammed into one now. If I can fucking open it. There we go. All right, so I got that going again now. But basically, yeah, like, dude, like, is she a gymnast because, oh, I want the character to be half naked or whatever, or is she half naked because she's a gymnast? Like, what does that mean, dude? I was thinking, well, I gotta get my place back and blah blah blah. But I think I made my point before I cut it off. Let's just keep going. See, there's bright hopes for her future.
The fluffy ruffles, the threads flying off of her body that kind of resemble ribbons, her heels that resemble ballet shoes, and lastly the leotard. Now, if you don't remember,
Look, if she's not doing a whole bunch of ballerina twirls in combat and shit, because I think this is the new character they're adding to Persona 5 Royale or whatever, right? Like, I don't see that in the animations. I gotta have to start asking questions. And I wasn't gonna talk about Kill la Kill, what was it, Ragyo or whatever, but I went ahead and added that because when I thought about it, during my potty break and shit, I thought about it and it was just like, you know what, fuck it. I really need to explain why I can't fucking stand the character designs in Kill la Kill. It's so fucking stupid, but I'll get to that when we get to it.
remember when this character was released, she was ripped to shreds by people like this.
Well, now hold on. When you look at the characters in that picture, what do they all have in common? They all have this weird, just almost like fetish gear going on, right? Ivy in particular, like as like a huge Soul Calibur fan and someone who knows a lot about the actual story. Yeah, I like Ivy as an actual character, but even I have to ask questions as to why like she has armor down one arm and like just one arm and the rest is like a gimp outfit. Because here's a fun factoid, right? She made her own sword and like so it's like the sword is possessed or some old bullshit. Like she made the whip sword, right? She made her whip sword like that with alchemy. So if you ever want to know like who's one of like the smartest characters in fucking Soul Calibur, well, Ivy is an alchemist, which is like the medieval fucking Soul Calibur equivalent to a scientist. But that doesn't really explain how she dresses. That's never really explained. And her default outfit has always made the least amount of sense in terms of just the story and the character. It doesn't seem to fit the character's person. I guess aside from all like the dominatrix throws and poses and shit. But she also had, her player 3 costume, the unlockable costume in Soul Calibur 2 that seemed like a nice balance between actually wearing fucking clothes and being seductive dominatrix kind of character. The red orange dress that she had. Her player 2 costume was straight up just the opposite of the player 1 costume. This big butch looking costume or whatever, just fully clothed, puffy little handkerchief come out of her chest or some shit, short mannish hair, just like the exact opposite of player 1, right? Which I guess that's like weird in like the opposite direction. So you get the idea that the character's base design with the skull armor and shit. Like, what does that really tell you about this character? Ivy's posture and outfit doesn't say anything about being an alchemist, yet she is, by all accounts, an alchemist. She used magic to make a fucking whip sword. So like people don't seem to know that about the character because people don't really care about the character that way. They only see like, well, she's got the big booty and that blah blah. I love the whip sword. I love Ivy, but for like all the most superficial reasons, and the game doesn't really go out of its way to explain that to you. So Soul Calibur 6 is probably the only game that like throws that factoid in your face because it's the only game that seemed to be bothered to have like a story mode that like went back and explained just revised shit from the original games and made into a story mode, which you'd actually have to play through every character's story mode and give a shit, which most people probably didn't do for that game. But as far as this character Kasumi being thrown in with all these other characters, I don't know who the fuck this is. That almost looks like Kairi from this position, but that can't possibly be fucking Kairi. I don't know who the hell that is. I can't even tell who that is. I want to say that's Vert or whatever from fucking Hyperdimension Neptunia, the game where lullies will fight jelly monsters so they can go over to another lully's house to take a nap. So there's that. Um, I don't know what the fuck that is. I don't know who these characters are. I only recognize Ivy, but or Ivy and Vert, I guess because I'm enough of a weeb to know who fucking Vert is. But it's like, damn, dude, like not dressed properly. Yeah, they aren't really dressed properly for combat. I would say that Kasumi's probably one of the least offensive ones, but like the exposed thighs and stuff, is she dressed like that because she's a gymnast, or is she a gymnast so we can get her thighs to show? And what was it? Was she in high school? Let's just double that back one more bit. I forgot. Bright her for yeah. Entered the academy, blah blah. since middle school she's been okay. So since middle school, but that there's not in middle school. It's like, damn, dude, like it that's when I said earlier in the video that the theme of this would be contrivancy. That's what I meant. There is a lot of just characters or character designs where I am going out of my way to design a character this way so I can show titty. And like that's what you're doing. Right? That's what I kind of feel like is going on with this character. Now I get that she's a gymnast and it makes sense with the ribbons and stuff, that that's the theme that they're going with. And all right, I guess that's acceptable. That's fine. You know, if you want to make your character a gymnast or whatever and swing the sword like a baton, she should use the sword like it's one of those feather stick things or whatever that like professional like gymnast performers do or whatever. If you ever played a game that I know you've never heard of, so you haven't played it, but in fucking Oscar 120% Burning Festival, the Burning Festival series, what was her name? Kumi, whatever. She was a gymnast character. She had like the gymnast leotard and shit with the exposed slides, and she would run around with her fucking baton and shit. Like she had actual like gymnast stuff as weapons because the whole theme of the game was that all the characters, all the female characters, they're all girls except for like one secret boss character who was like the principal or whatever. They all had weapons and moves and stuff based off of various different kinds of sports, or classes rather, because there was one for the main character was a scientist. Then you have the chick with the chemistry club and the frog and all that shit. I should probably play that game a couple of times just so people know what the fuck it is, right? But those character designs all made sense, and and she was a gymnast. That makes sense, right? Point out the reason I'm bringing that up is there are frames of reference in anime and video games and a whole bunch of stuff for gymnasts and how gymnast characters should theoretically behave, right? And aside from the outfit, like I have since the character isn't out, I haven't seen the character in motion. I can't really say anything about the character, like animation, the character's portrayal in game. But that shit better be justified, or else I'm really gonna have to sit here and be like, so you said the character was a gymnast, right? Well, yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, but she's doing like these weird stripper pole moves, where she's like sliding down the stripper pole, and she takes like the lollipop or whatever. She takes like a popsicle and jams it down her throat, and then takes it out, and it's like naked, and then she shoots it at you as a weapon. Do gymnasts do that? Like weird. And having amazing grade and being a gymnast, like that's not exactly the most creative kind of character, but it's Persona, and Persona became waifu fodder since arguably 3, but definitely fucking 4. When Persona 4 came out, the whole digital devil nocturne the Shinigami aspect of the Shinigami Tensei aspect of Persona died with 4, and I've just learned to live with that.
Why she's designed the way she is. The fluffy ruffles, the threads flying off of her body that kind of resemble ribbons, her heels that resemble ballet shoes, and lastly the leotard. Now if you don't remember, when this character was released, she was ripped to shreds.
Just one more pause before we keep going. Just now to think about it. Just a frame of reference. Shin Megami Tensei is the same franchise that gave us girls that transform into demons with titty monster mouths. Their boobies would get teeth. Um, you turn into a demon. You have titty monster bite teeth or whatever on your fucking titties. Shin Megami Tensei is that kind of series. Oh, and it's also the same series where you fight a giant green cock on a chariot. Just felt like throwing that out there.
By people like this. People were saying that her outfit was way too revealing, saying it was too much, that Atlas just has a problem with sexualizing teenagers. Let's be honest to ourselves.
Demon with titties. Digital devil saga. Titty monster. Persona 4. I think it was Persona 4 that had the cock chariot. One of those games had the fucking dick chariot monster. I don't know. I mean, on one hand, I see what you're trying to say. On the other hand, Atlas doesn't really have a good track record with making shit that isn't like pretentiously obtuse. and just weird for the sake of being fucking weird. But I guess it wouldn't be Persona if the demon monster chick didn't grow, mouth titties. It wouldn't really be Atlas without it. So
This is nothing. What bothers everyone the most, though, is her wearing a leotard. It's treated as if it's some sort of crime. Has everyone gone brain dead, or did everyone just forget that sometimes athletes wear leotards? Some
female athletes wear leotards. I don't see men wearing those leotards. I looked up male gymnasts. They are wearing like these bodysuits and shit. Where they don't have their like balls hanging out. I mean, granted, a leotard, a man would probably just have his balls pop out like Steve in fucking Brickleberry, where his balls just kept slipping out of his leotard. That will likely happen to you, but no. Like, you say athletes, but how many men wear leotard? I don't see men wear leotards. So you have the women wearing these leotards where their thighs are exposed, but their arms are covered up, and then the men are in the bodysuits where their arms are showing, but everything else is covered up. Is that because men have balls? Is that because I need room to air up my balls, or like what is that? Don't say athletes. You mean women? Women wear that. Yeah, I know that some people, not like aiming this as an attack or anything. I'm just speaking like in general terms, right? That generally speaking, like some people have a problem with the idea of gendered clothing, but gendered clothing fucking exists. There are gender norms or whatever structures, whatever what the fuck you want to call it. I'm not saying that any of that's good or bad. Who the fuck cares? If you have a problem with it, maybe I don't know. Look, until men can wear dresses and it's not seen as being gay, I don't want to hear it. Cause this is all every time this is talked about is always about women. But like, holy fucking shit, dude! Don't athletes wear leotards? Yeah, female athletes do in fact wear leotards. Um, there's also like female baristas and shit. I also wear fucking maid costumes and sometimes whatever in bars. Like, dude, you see where I'm getting at? Like, it's only gonna get worse. Like that wasn't even like a controversial statement. Like it's not like it's incorrect. Yeah, people do wear leotards, but it's just ignoring the context of the leotard. How can I get this girl in a one piece swimsuit? Oh, I'll make her a gymnast, and then she runs around in a leotard, showing off her thighs and shit. Yeah, I'm just gonna get it. Blah, 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 blah. Like that could very well have been the motivation, or they actually have a story to tell with the character. I wouldn't be able to fucking tell you. But how many times are we gonna breathe through our skin before we I don't know. I'm tired of breathing through my skin. I'm ready to breathe out my nose and my mouth. You know.
idiots are talking about how leotards are sexual and how they can easily slip off of you to show the world your coochie. No? That's not how leotards work, and I can speak as somebody who has done ballet for a good 3 years. They don't do that. Also,
Well, when you say ballet, are you talking ballet where you have like the pantyhose or the big fluffy skirt or whatever that covers up your cooter? Or are we talking about the athletic gymnast running around a onesie in my bare feet, so a whole bunch of judges who are licking their lips can give me a whole bunch of 5 stars when my cooter slips out of my leotard kind of gymnast? Are you talking about that type of ballet, or like what ballet are we talking here? But all jokes aside, though, the point I'm trying to get at is that that's not really a counter argument. That's not saying that skin tight leotards have a tendency to slip off. I'm pretty sure they don't, or else women wouldn't be allowed to wear that, or God forbid, 2 pieces at beaches and all that other stuff at fear of public nudity. Oh no, my panties fell off. My top fell off. It just slides right off of me. Public indecency. I didn't mean to just whip my titties out. Blah 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 blah. But it's like, dude, I don't know what to tell you. I really don't know what to tell you. But I've been a gymnast. I do backflips. I've done backflips for pervy old men at my school. When I was in high school, like that doesn't change the fact that you have exposed thighs. And I already talked about the exposed skin and the correlation of outfits and stuff earlier. I don't think I have to repeat that part. So let's just keep going.
Jesus Christ, can a girl not show her damn legs without being seen as a sexual object? Apparently fucking not! Anyways, congrats to this user for seeing something sexual in something innocent, you absolute fucking degenerate! Okay, on to the next.
Well, now hold on. I thought conservatives used that. I thought degenerate. We're supposed to be the degenerates. I'm one of the degenerates. Like, what do you mean degenerates? You're a degenerate because you want a character to cover up. I thought we were the degenerates because we wanted to see their skin. There's more evidence that degenerate is a meaningless term that people just fart out their ass nowadays. Just calling everybody a degenerate. We're degenerating our society. The porn is degenerating our society. The addiction and blah 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 blah. It's degeneration. Just everybody's just slapping the word degenerate around. It's just like that word obviously doesn't mean shit. Because I don't know. The people trying to tell people women to cover up, aren't they trying to preserve history? Aren't there the conservatives are trying to conserve our morals, our sexual morals? Go back to the good old days, the 1800s, before the 19th Amendment, and before your women could show their ankles out in public. Or we're trying to preserve that from the degeneracy of left leaning politics. Like that's such a weird way to describe that person as a degenerate. That's a very weird word choice, and I'm just curious to know why she chose degenerate as opposed to just calling them like a Puritan asshole or something. Why degenerate? We're the degenerates, right? That's what I thought. Weren't we the degenerates by their definition as haughty Puritans? They view us as the degenerates. What the fuck? Maybe she's just throwing their own words back at them, and I'm just missing the point. It's probably that, right?
Point before I lose my fucking mind. And yes, we are still on the Shantae image because there is still one more point to be made. The next and last point to explain is the inability to separate reality from fiction. Look, I get that some fiction can affect reality or people, but I think it's ridiculous when people try to.
Only when that person is fucking crazy. Only when someone is crazy will a picture or a fictional character truly consume their lives and take over their very existence in every single possible way. I've not met a single person who obsesses over a certain type of character or a specific character or any of that sonic passion level bullshit who wasn't fucking insane in some kind of way. I just felt the need to add on to that because she's like caving into the point, saying, "Yeah, fictionals, it's had its effect on some people, but it doesn't affect everybody. Well, no, it only affects crazy people. It only affects stupid people. I ain't meeting anybody halfway on that shit. Fuck that. I ain't compromising on shit. Crazy people, stupid people are affected by fucking media that way." Now, if there's any caveat I can add to that, is that I think the problem is that this whole this waifu faccatory, this obsession with 2D girls over 3D girls, 2D over 3D, all 2B's butt. Yeah, I'm gonna get it. Just love 2B's butt. Soul Calibur, they like to pedal girls. And you got Ivy, and Talib, she's underage and she's proud enough for midriff and all this other stuff. Oh yeah, I love it. That franchise, like it's basically admitting that it's been using sex to sell. I even talked to somebody about like possible DLC characters, and I can tell people how I want Huang and Lizard Man, and he's like, "Well, I want Setsuka," and it's like, "Setsuka? Why do you want Setsuka?" "Well, I mean, Lizard Man and Huang are cool, but they're not gonna sell copies. They're not waifus. They're not gonna push copies. But Setsuka's gonna push copies." I, I don't know if Me Too it has to do with it. Which one came first, the chicken or the egg? But maybe if we had better relationships with the opposite sex, like just people in general, right? If we were not just so confined to our social media, to our parents' basements, if we could talk to other boys and girls and we really have meaningful fucking relationships, maybe we wouldn't feel the need to replace each other with fictional characters. But I feel like that's the reason this keeps going is because people see big titties and like, oh yeah, that serves my big titty fix. I gotta get my big titty fix. I gotta lick up all the titty milk off of my big titty fix. Blah 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 blah. Like that. Like that's what people were getting out of it. I was talking to somebody who thought you kind of tried to bring politics into it or whatever. Like I don't think that's the issue. I don't think it's politics. I don't necessarily think that it's trying to well, and then use oh well he's what the phrase commodify, or he or she they use the word commodify. Like it's not necessarily about commodifying women. It's not some kind of grand scheme just to sell it to people for money. Or at least I don't think that. Like I think it goes beyond that. It goes. Well, how do I put it like this? There is a need that is not being fulfilled the way it used to be. People are not just going out and dating and shit anymore. We got our I'm about to hit up my nice 30th birthday. My 30-year-old virgin card is just a couple more years away. I got my 30-year-old virgin card coming up. Can't wait for my 30th birthday. I could be like, I'm still a virgin. Like that's gonna be a thing. That's where this shit is coming from. You've got all these people who, well, they gotta get it out of their system somehow, so they just jack off to like anime titties and shit. And people recognize that. They recognize that, these body pillows and shit connect with people, and that's where the whole waifu term comes from. And why it's getting out of control, and why it's coinciding with all these lowered birth rates and lowered marriage rates and increased divorce rates, is that people want companionship. And I get all of that, right? And I'm just speaking in general terms. I'm saying every single female character design is because of this. It's because of you, Sullivan. It's because of you. The energy crisis is because of you. But what I am saying is that when you have body pillows and titty mouse pads and shit, that generally speaking, that's where that's coming from. It's coming possibly from lonely guys or greedy guys or greedy lonely guys, one or the other, and being sold to other fucking lonely people who are just like titties or whatever, and that's where the quote unquote objectification of women, the commodification of women are coming from, because it's selling the idea of women, the idea of can't speak, idealized and sexualized women to people who are interested in that image, which is better than sex trafficking, than just getting a whole bunch of little girls in the street, packing them in a van, and then grooming them to be sold in sex trafficking or some just ridiculous shit like that. It's way better than that. Rather, just people just jerk off to fake porn. But you got to ask yourself the big question, like, why is this popular? Why is this the thing that's popular? You know, compared to like anything else that could be popular. Well, sex sells and you my human sex drive and blah blah blah. Yeah, but like that's my point. Is that we're feeling the lowest common denominator, and this shit is only keeps going because because it fills a void. But that's just my opinion as to why it's a thing that we were even talking about, and talking about how it affects people in real life and stuff. That's what I think the effect is that we're talking about herbivore men and fucking weebs and nerds and just dare I say for some people just fucking losers. Like that's what we're talking about, and that's why this shit won't go away. And it wasn't free. It did come at a cost. It came at the cost of compelling storytelling and good characters. So we had to give something up, so everyone else can jerk off to Ryoko stripping down, wearing her father, fighting people with swords and shit, and clanking dishes in the background while I'm trying to record something. Like my microphone will pick that up or something. Okay. I'm gonna just pretend like that didn't happen and keep it rolling. I mean, I already fucked up the video twice now, so I don't think it matters all that much.
Tie reality to something that's clearly fictional. I swear, the most annoying thing I hear from people is, oh, her poor back. A reaction to seeing any woman with big tits.
Now, to be fair, allegedly speaking, I'm willing to just take her word for it. But Chelsea Charms and Bashine both claim they don't have back problems, and each one of their tits is like the size of a fucking medicine ball. So maybe that's true. I think if you just work out hard enough, you too can have breasts that literally inflate themselves with pus because doing a banned procedure that nobody else is allowed to have in the U.S. Which I don't know if they do that like Mexico or some shit, but that bad silly string implant, you too could have veiny silly string titties. Each boomer is like it's bigger than your fucking head, and she's tiny as shit. She's like 5 foot something. She's small as fuck. Chelsea is small as shit, and she's got these giant medicine ball titties with these giant ass veins on them. And when people ask her, "Oh, does your back hurt?" No, it doesn't hurt. Like, are you sure about that? Like, I don't know. I guess that's true. I don't remember Himiwako saying that her back hurt, and her giant ass monstrosity titties like those were natural. So some women do just have giant basketball titties just normally. I didn't ask to have titties that were like the size of my fucking head, but here they are. They're just here now. I don't know what to make of that.
First of all, what do you have against big titties? Like, damn, that's some good shit.
Yeah, well, I mean, to be fair, you would think that if you're a bisexual, if you're attracted to women, you would think that. But the problem isn't big titties. The problem is fucking spam. The problem is that these get in the way of like everything in a story nowadays. This character in particular, like, I really don't want to get into a long-winded rant about why I can't fucking stand Dragon Maid, but Kobayashi grows a dick in one of the manga chapters. Apparently, I think that's all you need to fucking know is that there's food porn apparently in the fucking series. But look, this is a series where a fucking big titty dragon chick who's like just a chick, I guess, with a hat that has dragon horns on it because they're supposed to be dragons. They're dragons, honey. They're like lollies, but they're like dragons. So they got the thick lolly. Then they have this big sister character with the big giant bouncing bubble gum titties, just just smushing up her titties up against this little kid named Shota. It was just like what a pun on like Shota Kun or whatever, Shota Khan, like some Shota fucking term. Like I don't know, dude. Like I know that the whole hot for teacher fetish is like a thing. People wearing diapers and shit, but this is like a presumably over 18-year-old dragon girl just putting this obviously underage little boy, this little 13-year-old boy, in fucking marshmallow hell constantly. And he's just like, you're a witch, you're a succubus, here to get you away. What are you doing to my penis? What are you doing, you witch? My penis is all hard. It's because of you. It's because of you, Sullivan. My penis being hard is because of you. It's like, dude, why would you even reference Dragon Maid? Like, what I mean, I would prefer you reference Keijo or Aiken Club because at least those are ecchi like anime. I mean, I guess this is an ecchi anime too, but like that shit's like honest. I can appreciate it when they're being honest. I get irritated when it's something like Fate Zero or the Fate Stay Night bullshit. And it's like, well, there's this big story with like the girl getting molested by the bugs and getting her superpower by getting raped by raped by the fucking worms when she was thrown in the closet with the fucking worms. They got superpowers from it and shit. But it's like, dude, I tell people was like, why is Fate so popular? It's like Fate doesn't make any sense. It's just porn. They turned Nero Claudius, a fucking historical figure, into a waifu, and they're all men too. King Arthur's a waifu now. Um, Blue Saber or Saber, whatever. Saber grows a cock. Like, ugh. So she can conceive a child without having to give birth to it. Like, it's so stupid. I know a lot of people are going to be pissy because I just shat over a whole bunch of anime and I'm not going to sit here and waste even more of your time explaining it. But the point I was trying to get across by, pausing at this moment is to get across that Simply saying like, "Oh, why do you have a problem with big titties?" Like, there's a lot of reasons to have a problem with fan service being pushed in every other form of media for almost no apparent reason, like at all, to the point that it obstructs the actual storytelling, makes characters hard to take seriously, just really weird shit. Like, I don't know what was crazier, fucking this Saturday for the fucking One Punch Man marathon. I don't know what was crazier. Meeting Pig God for the first time and seeing him vor a Naga, and I'm just sitting there in disbelief. Like, did this dude just eat her? Right? Was it that, or was it the dominatrix that came out who whips people and turns them into her love slaves because that's her power and she has to dress up like a dominatrix? Ugh, ugh, I would say that the dominatrix actually makes less sense than Pig God. At least Pig God seems like some regular dude who just eats people. Like, yeah, hey kid, yeah, I just ate that naga, saved your life. It was tasty too. Like, weird ass fucking shows, weird ass fucking characters. With the dominatrix is really like, why does this fucking character exist? Like, holy fucking shit, dude. When the fucking vor fetish character makes more sense. Like, what? What? Just confusing. Just confusing as fuck. But here's the idea. Stop spamming titties. Tell an actual story. Stop relying on fan service to carry your bad storytelling.
Secondly, and I shouldn't have to repeat this to you, it's goddamn fiction. Yes, some
The it's fiction argument, and this is why I understand the argument, but I don't particularly like it, and here's why. Because when your argument is, well, it's just fiction. Well, yeah, but you know what isn't fiction? The person who made it. Its fiction does not really excuse its creation. Well, I mean, excuse makes it sound like it needs to be justified. It doesn't really need to be justified, right? Because, creative freedom, I can do whatever the fuck I want. It doesn't need to be justified. But that doesn't really explain it. You're just kind of saying, well, who cares? It's fiction. It doesn't really exist. Spoilers for Danganronpa V3. All the other Danganronpas never actually happened, and it's just a big game based off the popular series or whatever the blah blah blah. Like, dude, it being fiction doesn't really mean jack shit. Because if you sit down and you make your character with your fucking breast expansion powers and your 8 foot wide ass and all this other kind of shit that you want to put in there, you put all your fucking fetish shit onto the paper, and someone asks you, what the fuck is that? And you're like, well, why does it matter? It's fiction. That's not really what they're asking. Like, they're asking you, why did you draw that? Right? And we'll kind of get to that. We're pretty well, I mean, I think it's pretty much coming up, but it'll be summarized basically when we get to Yoko Taro, when he basically talks about, well, I designed 2B to look like a sex robot turned into a combat droid. She's dressed up like a French maid, and she looks like her character design is from an apocalyptic universe where the world is being taken over by aliens, and men are the only beings on Earth left alive, and the only thing left of womankind are the eggs that we genetically cultivate from our own skin. Technology has advanced far beyond the need for women. They have effectively been replaced by robots. The monkey actually got what he wanted, right? But now that the aliens are taking over, humans are too weak to fight back. But men's sexual companion, the waifu, meant to replace the void left by womankind's disappearance, now has to be remodeled like some old Mega Man bullshit into combat droids. But in order to protect their sight from the horrors that they will unleash upon alien kind, they're given, I guess, band-aids or some shit over their eyes and put cloth in their eyes and shit. Give them giant ass floating swords that they swing, even though they can like they telenetically whatever follow behind them anyway. So I don't know why you need to swing the sword if you can just control it with your fucking mind and have it swing all over the place. Well, I don't know why you have to actually fucking pick it up and swing it. I don't know if that makes it like hurt more or some shit. You know, they just got on stilettos and shit, so they all the men repurposed their sex robots to become the warriors that would save humanity. And 2B is one of those warriors, and this is her story. Like, that's what 2B's character design looks like to me. It doesn't it really does not scream whatever the fuck a Yorha unit is. Is a Yorha unit just a fucking sex robot? Is it just a French maid? Because that's what she looks like, dude. And we came up talking about some. Oh, I just like girls as opposed to women. It's like I just like girls. Somebody else said that in the comments with that. That was kind of a deep cut. I wouldn't say that Yoko Taro is trying to pet out on girls like that. I think he meant girls interchangeable with women when he said that. But that is quite the that's quite the reasoning behind the character design. I just like girls. I just want to jack off. Like that was his reasoning behind the character. So the, you see what I'm getting? The character doesn't have any actual reason to be designed that way. But it's just fiction, but the reason for why they were created the way that they are created on the page, that isn't fiction, right? The person who makes it isn't fictional. So the whole it's fiction argument that doesn't hold weight. Sorry, I hate to be that guy. I mean, obviously, I don't hate to be that guy that much because I'm doing it right now. But that doesn't hold water. I'm sorry, but that really doesn't hold water.
Character designs can be outlandish or weird, but
Or you mean bizarre? that felt very that felt like a missed opportunity. But here we're coming to the part that really kind of agitated me. Like this is the part. This is like the worst take in the video to me personally. Well, I mean, then there's the other designs at the end was kind of like you're just proving you're just reminding me why I can't fucking stand anime anymore. Who cares what I like, right? But she's gonna start talking about how like character design doesn't fucking matter and it does like if I take what she's about to say at face value, then I really don't see the point in complaining about anatomy or art style, right? Listen to this.
you know what? That's what makes
Oh, my shitty ass. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna reset on me? You're gonna tell me to eat shit? That's exactly what you're gonna do, aren't you? Fucking piece of shit, internet. Up, up, up. Come on now. I was on a roll. I was doing that nice drum roll, and it's like I'm just gonna stop working because you have a point to make, and I'm just going to tell you to eat shit.
what
If it
makes
doesn't,
character designing
there you go.
fun.
There you go.
If you want to make a design of a MILF in a revealing dress with a big fluffy coat, flashy rainbow hair,
No, 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 fucking no. You can just do whatever you want. That's what makes character design fun. Well, I mean, if that's the case, I could just do whatever the fuck I want with my art style. My character's legs are like 10 times long. They're like, yes, our legs are long. Yes, they're very, very long. That's just how I want to do it, right? And one ear is bigger than the other, and it's like inconsistency is my art style. So, what's the point of critiquing anatomy and art styles if you're going to sit up here and say that, well, character design can just not make sense? And that's what makes it fun. 'Cause I get what she's trying to say about, well, your character design can be outlandish and whatever, and it can do all this other stuff and make the characters look interesting. But it's another thing entirely to like a character design can be outlandish and make sense, right? Like I guess here's kind of an example, sticking to the realm of anime, like Potemkin in Guilty Gear, his character design is outlandish. That you seen that dude's torso? Like you thought Johnny Bravo had this weird character design with his big ass torso and his tiny ass legs. Potemkin over here like looking like Johnny on steroids with just big ass fucking body and all this other shit. Well, I think he was like genetically engineered or some shit. Like, there's a reason he actually looks like that in the game. It correlates to his move set as the big unga bunga grappler and all this other shit. Like that makes sense in the context of the story for Potemkin to look the way that he does, and for him to be dressed however way he does with the organization that he works with and shit. And and the result is this big ass muscle dude with giant like 4 foot long arms or some shit. You can make a character design outlandish, but it needs to make sense. It needs to convey information. You see Potemkin with him, covering his arms and his big arms. Like you can tell that he's strong. You can get a sense of how stoic he is from his poses and shit. You get what his character actually is. What does this actually convey about the character? Like I really don't know what this tells you about the character outside from maybe the facial expressions, but the facial expression, I don't know if this is like how the character actually looks like, if this is fan art or if this is actual like official artwork of the character from like character design documents and stuff. But she's coming at you with like bedroom eyes and shit. What does this actually say to you about this character? And that's why I decided to open up the page on Ragyo Kiryu or whatever the fuck, the wife of the fucking shirt, the wife of the fucking shirt, um, and the mother of the two main heroines, or whatever the fucking story. Chair, the Revox Corporation CEO, a chair of whatever fucking board, stupid ass story. Let's just skip to fucking personality, because the only justification for the rainbow hairs in terms of the story has to be the fact that she's fused with life fibers, and the life fibers, which are just like specialized cotton or some bullshit, makes her hair all rainbow colored and shit because she's half human, half life fiber. And I guess the life fibers give her rainbow colored hair. I don't know why they didn't give her rainbow colored anything else. It kind of looks stupid and hard to draw, but okay, whatever, right? Well, I mean, it's a different character design. It's a unique character design, so she has that. Raggio, whatever, is a character bathed in luxury, and it shows in her overall presentation and attitude. She is vain and proud and boasts her power and status abundantly. Ugh. I'm getting a little tired. It's late for me. According to Rei Humaru, her character and morals are at the very least questionable. Strangely willing to indulge the whims of her inferiors, is quite personable with those loyal to her, and is similarly ruthless towards her enemies. However, she is individualistically treacherous and sadistic, brutalizing and maniacally taunting Satsuki and Ryoko, and tear Ryoko's heart out simply to make a point. She enjoys domination and control, lusting for power over the world, in order to give it to the life fibers. That this character design doesn't really convey that, like, at all. We got the picture here. Like, I'm not seeing that visually. I'm not seeing sadism in the character's appearance visually. You have the big fluffy coat, kind of this diva looking look going on. These weird looking like animal ears going on with the rainbow colors at the end, which I guess are the life fibers, because of the rainbow colors are the life fibers. And just this dress or whatever. Like, if you're going to create a character who's like a half alien, whatever the fuck thing, and is like trying to serve up the world on a plate to the life fibers, you could at least fuck with like her face some more, give her more like really just demented looking facial expressions, maybe more exaggerated eyes, and maybe even teeth. And that's one of my go tos for me personally. Whenever I try to make a character look kind of demented, I always try to focus on the teeth. Um, which is what some people emphasize that a little too much. Fucking, you're a little too much on the teeth. But that's kind of where I tend to slant on doing that. But this kind of seductive smirk doesn't really convey that about the character, and that's kind of what really irritates me about Kill la Kill in particular, is that I don't feel like character designers actually worked on these characters. I know that people designed the characters, but it's like the character design and the story of the character, they don't really match up. I'm not seeing it. And instead of explaining where that connection is, well, excuse me, sir, you're a fucking asshole, and you never watched Kill la Kill. You just stopped after the first episode because you thought it was stupid and loud. So I'm gonna tell you why Raggio's character design is actually like really good and how it's like relevant to her character. But no, this is just her saying, if you want to make a character that looks fucking retarded, you go right ahead. And by that logic, you can make a character with 10 feet, 10-foot long fingers and shit. You're putting salad fingers to shame. You just make a character that looks fucking ridiculous. And if someone criticizes your art style, your anatomy, and says that it's wrong, you can just be like, well, that's just my expression. That's just how I want to express myself, and not care about objectivity. There are good character design and there are bad character design. And this character design is stupid. But even worse yet, these star sapphires. All right, let's see if we can get the star sapphires back in here. Look, I don't want to say that this is sexist. I don't want to just throw out and be like, oh yeah, the feminazis, they had a point, you know, like this is totally fucking sexist. You know, I don't necessarily want to say that. But if I were to say which one of these character designs are the worst one displayed out of all the ones in this video that we've talked about, these star sapphires are really high up there. I am very curious to know what inspired the fucking pink lanterns, the all-female pink lanterns. Like, what is the logic behind that? I am genuinely curious because this whole femme fatale shit does not seem like a good enough excuse for like the worst superhero costume or one of the worst superhero costumes I've ever seen. Stripperella made more sense than this. At least that was on purpose. Holy shit, like that was the point, right? Based off of Pamela Anderson and shit, like that made sense. This is just like, wow, dude. Well, I mean, she's a woman and she has superpowers, so obviously she has to be pink and they're about love because I don't know anything about women. The only woman I've ever met in my life was my mom. Like, wow, dude. Sorry, Geoff, or whatever the fuck that dude's name was, Geoff Johns or whatever, like, ugh. That was real bad. That character design. That's an oof from me, dog. That's gonna be an oof. All right.
Fluffy coat, flashy rainbow hair,
I
and a
want I want
big
to get to
pair
the
of
full description of this character. Right. What is how does he describe this character again? I want to hear it. Assuming the
outlandish or weird. But you know what? That's what makes character designing fun. If you want to make a design of a MILF in a revealing dress with a big
yeah a milf. When you outright describe the character as a milf, I didn't even see the character as being a milf. Honestly, I'm just focusing on what the character design conveys about the character's personality. When I think personality for most characters, I tend not to gravitate towards MILF. Like, I mean, if like the fact that you're describing her as a MILF and you're saying, well, you can just do whatever you want, like that says everything right there. That says everything right there. I don't need to rag on Ragyo anymore. I think that speaks for itself. Also, here's a bonus for you. Where is she? I actually like Ryoko's basic design because she's just waifu Shadow. Of course, I like Shadow the fucking Hedgehog. So where is this? The episode was in blah 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 blah. Where's the image gallery? It's got to be somewhere. That's assuming I don't get thrown off of YouTube just for showing the fucking image gallery because the image gallery in this show is so fucking stupid. The character design in this show is so dumb. I get that, life fibers and bondage and stuff was the theme of the show. Like, dude, look. This is like the dumbest outfit ever. This is so dumb. And that's her dad. That thing is her fucking dad. Or has the spirit of her dad or whatever cloned into her or something like. Wow. Wow, dude. Like, what even is that? Like, this is the battle outfit. This is the adorable clothes. And that's the battle outfit. Fucking shit, dude. Like, let's just double check here because I'm curious. Do we know how old Ryoko is? She's 17. Yeah, that would be an oof for me, dog. She's 17. Well, Satsuki's of age, right? Yeah, she's 18. Thought she'd at least be 19. But hey, at least Satsuki gets to wear clothes until it's fight time. Then it's time to strip down naked. Gilligan is dumb. Let me just look at his costume again. Yeah, that's just a fucking dumbass costume. Holy, and it's just got jets coming out of her back. Well, if that's what makes character design fun, it doesn't matter if it makes sense. Well then, who cares? Like, if your argument is who cares, well then complaining about art styles and anatomy, then who cares? I can just make whatever, because that's part of the fun of drawing, right? Making characters shaped like fucking just gorillas or just whatever the fuck, like just not giving a fuck, right? Like I shouldn't give a fuck about how the characters are made, right? But she's gonna start complaining about character designs that she doesn't like in the video, so obviously it fucking matters. So let's not just pretend like, oh, it's part of just sexualizing women for the sake of sexualizing them and making MILFs is part of the fun. That's part of the fun for you. That's part of the fun to you. But for people who value good storytelling, that's not necessarily fun. Yeah, sorry, yeah, and I didn't mean to just chew her out like that, but like I said, like that statement annoyed me the most because it comes off as her disregarding the importance of character design, and I really don't appreciate that. But who the fuck cares, right? Thankfully, nothing else in the video reaches that level of absurdity, at least to me, in my opinion. In my opinion, that was the worst thing she said. Was implying that character design doesn't fucking matter.
Fluffy coat, flashy rainbow hair, and a big pair of badongas.
That speaks for
Then you
itself.
go ahead and you draw that. Character designers should have the same freedom as well. They should not have to listen to people who know jack shit about character design unless.
Well, define character design. When you say no jack shit about character design, if character design is just throwing shit at a wall, like I know she knows how character design works. She's a talented enough artist where I'm positive she knows what character design is. I imagine most people who defend this shit actually know how character design works. This isn't an issue of people not knowing about character design. I can only imagine that you would think this if you don't care and saying, "Well, you should listen to people who know jack shit about character design." Well, I know enough about character design to tell you that if a character comes at you with a big ass sword, with one of these big ass swords and shit, that you really shouldn't have your midriff exposed to them. You shouldn't have them be able to stab you straight through the fucking belly button, where especially when the life fibers can turn the fucking jet skis and shit. Like, why aren't they covering your whole fucking body? You know that scene where Ryoko turns to a fucking rocket? Why is it? Why does the rocket part cover her stomach so she doesn't stab in the fucking stomach? That doesn't make any fucking sense. All because it's fun and it's anime and it's whatever doesn't mean that it should just not make sense within the context of its own world. And I'm getting real bored of the whole, well, it's my creative freedom, I just like to look at titties and shit excuse, because all that does is create a whole bunch of just image spam, just waifu spam, fap spam, just spamming fat material, playing it, just done to death, boring designs, just being cranked out over and over again to appeal to all that body pillow fetish shit I was just talking about earlier, about who's designing this and for whom it's being designed for. And you might hear all the passion in my voice about it and think, oh well, it sounds like you just hate titty, right? But I guarantee you, this is not me just saying we need to ban sexualized women in media. This is, however, me saying that we are just we are spamming the shit out of it and trying to come up trying to come up with the most contrived justifications for it, when you could just tell a fucking story already. Holy shit. Why does the character have to be sexual? That's what it feels like. And it feels like we just want, like we just need the character to be sexualized. Like, what the fuck? It's so fucking weird to me. And it just irks the shit out of me when I mention this to people and they like freak the fuck out. I was gonna cover a little bit of this at the end, but I was gonna cover the last comment I got from that guy who posted on my fucking waifu virus video and made that big stink about it. And then, of course, I had my fucking bitch fit response where I just chew the fuck out of him for like 5 hours or whatnot, just making the point that critique, like what the difference between like bad opinions and worthless critique and shit, like people who just say shit to just be saying it. The only reason why I'm bringing that back up is because it's kind of related to this topic in the sense that I don't understand why people's initial reaction to this critique is hostility. I can understand it within the context of people trying to yank the titty away from you, trying to tell you that you're a bad man, that you're a pedophile because you like, kill a kill and shit. I understand that. But I don't understand why just me saying that I'm tired of waifu spam and I would like the characters to be spaced out. And that maybe, I would have preferred Lizard Man before Hildy, as long as we got Hildy at a later date and just not, five female characters in a row in Soul Calibur 6. Like, why is that a problem? And all the downvotes and shit. Like, I don't mind any of that shit, but it's sending a very clear message. All the one ups on people sniffing each other's farts, and all the critics of Vivi's video are kind of just getting stepped over. It's making it very clear that we want our character design to be fun. We just want titty. Like, if we just want titty and bright colors, literal bright colors, literal rainbow hair. That's literally what we want, is bright colors and big titties, and we should just have the freedom to just keep spamming it. Like, holy fucking shit. I guess I'm the only one who's actually bored of that. Whatever.
It's about how it's not realistic. A much bigger and more important point.
It should at least be believable within its context, right? It doesn't have to be realistic, but it should be believable. I should be able to believe that a character has rainbow colored hair in Kill la Kill. It shouldn't feel contrived or just take me out of the experience to think about something for 5 minutes about how a character is able to do something. It should at least make some sense. I remember when I don't really watch or read One Piece, but I do play like the One Piece games and shit. And I remember when Alvida was like this big fat chick with the mace or whatever, but once she got superpowers, her fat and her moles just magically slipped off. The slip fruit, it just slipped off, right? And then she looked like every other fucking character. Tashigi was pretty cool. And then after the time skip, she got giant ass boobies. Like, what? How did your breasts get so big, Tashigi? It's like, well, Smoker was talking shit about me being part of the itty bitty titty comedian. I had enough of his bullshit, so I had an operation done. Do you like them? My doctor said not to stand next to hot objects, or else it would heat up my titties and my silicone. They might explode, and I could die from an infection. Like, you see where I'm getting at? These people, like, you're not making any kind of like creative character designs or anything. It's just spam. It's the same. It's boring. It is the same bullshit, and it's the same bullshit that doesn't even make sense within the context of the story. If it at least made sense, if you could at least explain why the character breathes out of her skin, you know, or is there a reason her cooter is exposed? Well, actually, her superpower is that she has a midget rammed up her vagina, and she can get pregnant instantly, and she just shoots babies at people, and the babies are sentient, and they bite, and they're like vampires, and she and she needs to be able to have her cooter exposed so she could shoot at her babies without the babies getting jammed in her cooter. I mean, I don't know. Like, I already explained it earlier about do the characters breathe through their skin so they can be naked, or are they naked because they breathe through their skin, and vice versa? So what? Why is the character a fucking MILF? I just want it to be a MILF. I can just do whatever I want. All right. Well, if you're gonna just make porn, at least have the decency to be upfront about it, like Keijo or Aiken or some shit. Don't fucking lie to me about what you're actually trying to do, right? Because that's just obnoxious to me, and I'm just so sick of the bad stories. Just the fucking bad stories. Like, really think about it. Really think about it for a second. Why the fuck is Fate of all things popular? I try to play through Fate Extella. I'm on the fucking Attila the Hun story, waifu Attila the Hun storyline, and I already knew what I was playing, before I even got to that point. But it's like, damn, dude, like, all this dating sim shit with the characters and my master. It's just like this is just edgy fucking garbage that became popular somehow. Like, it's pretending to have a story. Fucking, oh god. Like if it was a good story, I wouldn't even be complaining. But it's always fucking bad. But that's like getting way off topic of character design. I'm talking about how we lost character design, we lost storytelling to these waifus, just mourning the death of fucking storytelling to these waifus. That's what I'm complaining about right now. I need to get off of that and finish the video.
Again, they should be given the freedom to do this without being labeled as horny assholes or even a pedophile.
Well, I mean, look, 17-year-old Ryoko and that nice little two-piece. I mean, that's not exactly the same as being a pedophile, but if you fucked her, you would have gone to jail. So, I don't, that reminds me, how old is Mako? I'm just really just shifted gears. It's like, wait a minute, how old is Mako again? I forgot about Mako. What about everyone's favorite wife of Mako? Yes, she's 17 too. But it's like, damn, dude, like you gotta be fucking kidding me, man. Like, somebody said that this video came off as disingenuous as fuck. I really don't want to believe that, but at the same time, I have to think to myself, like talking about the creative freedom of character designers and stuff. You have to know that's not true. You have to know that there's more to character design than just doing whatever the fuck you want. Yeah, you can do whatever you want. You can also draw however you want, make whatever you want. You can just make, another Magnificent Milkmaid comic. Magnificent Milkmaid got discontinued, and Chocolate Milkmaid got discontinued. I really like Chocolate Milkmaid. I'm gonna make my own spiritual successor, and I'm just gonna push that. And if people say it's like sexist or demeaning to women, I'm just not gonna care. Like, yeah, you can do that if you really want to. But the reason why somebody would do that is probably to jack off, just like the reason why somebody would, you know, create these kind of weird ass character designs is to get some fucking otaku to lap up this shit. All right, to just lap up just lap up all the bullshit, dude. And I guess my problem is that I'm just not really buying into it. Like, as somebody who, as part of the demographic this shit is aimed for, I don't really like how I'm not like my demographic is not considered to be intelligent enough to appreciate a good story, and doesn't seem like that matters, dude. Like they just keep spamming it and spamming waifus and shit that has no business being popular is popular. So I don't know, but I guess that's entering into young defiant territory where I'm calling everything shit. This is about character designs, not writing. I can make another video talking about bad writing, but just trust me on this when I say that a lot of this shit just is bad writing. Um, yeah, sexualizing 16-year-old. And Ryoko's 17. So, I don't know about Shantae being sexualized, but I find it hard pressed to believe that the outfit. I mean, even if you don't consider those outfits to be sexualized, you have to admit that those outfits for Ryoko and Satsuki don't really make a lot of sense. And when you consider that, Ryoko is 17, it really kind of puts a different perspective on it. Imagine being so bad out of shape that someone made you feel bad about your underage kink. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, when are we gonna get some female characters that are like 24 or some shit? By the way, I'm just curious. Ivy's like 20 something if I remember correctly. She definitely seems like it. I was surprised when Hilda and fucking Undernight was like 18 or something. Was she 18, 19 years old? She looked like she should be like at least like 22 or some shit. She doesn't look like she's fucking a teenager, but apparently she's a teenager. So you have your Cruella DeVille fucking teenager. Like that felt very odd. Like the character design implies a much more mature, older character, and the voice actors too. The English voice actors, even, but especially the original Japanese voice actors for Hilda and Night, In Birth, EXE, STD, fucking HIV, whatever the fuck they want to call it now. She did not seem like she was under the age of 20. And yet here we are talking about, she's like 17 or some shit. It's like, well, what the fuck? So I gotta go and delete all my Hilda porn off of my computer, is what you're saying. So, fucking, I don't know, man. I know it's a different culture, but we're splitting hairs. We are really splitting hairs. We're really cutting it thin to try to explain that away.
Or even a pedophile. Which, by the way, this mess of a thread could be a video by itself, but that's for another day.
Well, I mean, I don't necessarily think the person name, but what if goth gesture girls really has that much of a problem with sexualized characters? Sounds like they have a fucking clown fetish based off of their fucking avatar, but I already explained it. Revealing skin, sexual correlations. Um, it's connected. It's connected to preconceptions that we have about those type of dress codes and all the other fucking shit. I already talked about it. And these are characters who are all conveniently under the age of fucking 20. And the Danganronpa example, we don't even know if they're 18. Like, dude, we're talking. I don't want to just say we're talking about sexualizing minors because I genuinely don't believe that. But it is cutting it so damn close that I am surprised that nobody is calling this out, that I'm the only one even attempting to call that out.
Well, I think I've certainly suffered enough. I've seen too many bad redesigns and nitpicks to genuinely believe that
Define bad, right? So now we're getting to the cherry on top. I don't know if I'm going to skip the comments part or not because I'm taking up a lot of fucking gigs on my computer fucking recording this shit. Let me just double check and see if I'm even recording this right now. Wouldn't it be funny if I said all this shit and it wasn't even recording? Yeah, it's still recording. All right. But it's like, look what her definition of bad design is. On let's just get over with, dude. Let's pull the band-aid off and get over with.
these people just hate women that show skin. I'm sure that that's not the case, but you could totally fool me. I'm exhausted at this point. I've worked and gathered up all my thoughts for a while now, so yeah, enjoy it. I'll just leave you with two things. First, a nice shout out to literally any.
All right, see, this is the part. This is what cemented the video as missing the point to me. When I saw this just told me everything I needed to know about what I was looking at here. So let's just start off with the big one first. I'm just gonna ignore the other ones and go straight for the fucking kill. Power Girl is the alternate fucking Earth 2 version of Supergirl, and I'm not a DC fan. I don't read the fucking DC comics. Well, I mean, I guess I'm a DC fan in the casual sense. Like, I like Batman. I like the Batman games. I'm a DC fan in the same sense that people who watch the fucking Marvel universe movies are Marvel fans, right? I'm one of those people when it comes to that shit. Man, I also grew up with Batman the animated series and Spider-Man. Birthday played for my birthday cakes and shit, and I dressed up as Batman for one of my birthdays when I was like a little baby sitting in my fucking big chair and shit. So I'm a fan of DC in that sense, but I don't read the fucking comics. But to my knowledge, the story is this: something happens in the Earth 2 version of Supergirl's world or whatever that makes her want to disassociate herself from Superman, and because of that, she cuts the S out of her dress, and that's why her cleavage is exposed, because that's where the S on her chest would be for Superman. But she gets rid of it and adopts the name Power Girl instead of Supergirl to detach herself from Superman, but still calls herself girl rather than woman, which is unfortunate. I mean, I never understood why people make such a big bitch fit out of that, but I don't know. We've been talking about this for so long. I have to wonder. It's like, why would somebody openly call themselves girl unless they were under the age of 18? I don't know. That just feels kind of weird to me. Like, I'm not saying your character is being demeaned when they call themselves girl or miss or something to that matter. But when you're a superhero and you got Spider-Man and Batman, if you're gonna go out of your way to disassociate yourself from a male superhero that much, you probably would call yourself Power Woman. I would want to believe, right? But I don't really think that maybe Power Girl just sounded better off of the tongue, and that's why they went with that. Who cares, right? I'm not talking about the name. I'm talking about the fact that this is all a contrived reason to have boobies showing on a character who has big titties, has a whole bunch of references and stuff in media about her having big titties and exposed thighs and all this other shit, and making an outfit where you can't just stab her in the fucking chest. Well, she's Power Girl, so it's not gonna work on her anyway. She could just, well, in that case, she might as well just fly around naked, right? I mean, why not just be naked? Because she's Power Girl. She's it doesn't affect her. She can just walk around in two pieces. It doesn't fucking matter. But it's a design that is obviously sexualized to a slight degree, at the very least. You can't really deny that. You cannot deny that. And let me try to get this picture here so I can get the redesign in there.
literally
The bat redesign. All right, I almost got that. Let me just try one more time.
to literally
I got it. I got it this time. So because they covered her the fuck up and gave her actual leggings and ironically enough exposed the arms, that's tumblerizing the character. That's the thing that I'm not getting. I'm not getting how simply making a more practical costume in and of itself is like offensively bad. It doesn't matter to me whether or not you like it, right? I don't really care either way, you know? I don't really know what's going on with Wonder Woman. She looks like a completely different fucking nationality. Um, doesn't necessarily look like she's part of the whole fucking Greek god bullshit with the skin color and the nose and stuff. That looks like a different character. She almost looks like a huntsman of some kind. Like this doesn't really look like Wonder Woman to me. She looks like she's getting ready to crank out like a bow and arrow or some shit, or like that dagger that she has. Like she's like from like a multicolored rainbow version of fucking Witcher or some shit. Just cranking out my knives. It's like I'm just walking through the forest and then I was mugged by this woman in this blue coat and she had like a red costume and she just mugged me and she had a band of merry men and she just came after me. Like that's what that looks like to me, right? But like look, I like Power Girl's design, but I like it for the reasons every other person likes that design. And the redesign, I'm not necessarily. I mean, I know she always had short hair. Like the hair does to me that looks mannish. It looks a little too mannish to my liking. But maybe that's kind of what they were going for was a more kind of tough, kind of tomboyish look because that's portrayed with the character design. But character design conveys all that kind of information, right? Power Girl's character design is fine, I guess, right? It kind of conveys the whole I'm super confident, outgoing, I can do whatever the fuck I want kind of character. And if I remember correctly, is kind of overtly sexual somewhat in the comics to some degree, right? So like she's a liberated. That's a real kind of I'm a liberated, super powerful, woman who doesn't need no man. That's why I got rid of my fucking Superman logo because Superman can eat, suck my cooter. And I get that that's part of how the character was made, but it still results in her showing off titty and thigh. And all somebody did was decide, I don't really like all the titty and thigh, and I'm going to redesign it. And this is seen as ruining and destroying the character by just doing that. And the only reason why that agitates me so much is the attitude that ZZ comes to the redesigns with. Not the critique of the redesigns, but the attitude towards it. That you're disrespecting the characters and you're a bad person or whatever the fuck. Like you're artist shit because you want more varied facial expressions. You think Black Widow should look more like a spy and not just some kind of ninja in a skin tight jumpsuit or whatever the fuck Black Widow's supposed to be. And like you want different character designs, especially fucking Widowmaker.
early and
Especially Widowmaker, because the thing about me, and this is just kind of I guess my personal vendetta against fucking Widowmaker. Widowmaker's design has always been fucking stupid to me because it looks like it was made for like DeviantArt in my like how when Overwatch came out and there's all that Overwatch porn and shit, it looked like they made that character design with the intent of that happening. Like I I I, I feel like that's something straight out of Hyper Fortress. And the fact that I know what Hyper Fortress is, like, well, what's Hyper Fortress? Should I look up Hyper Fortress? What's Hyper Fortress? Yeah, see, that's how you know that I'm just as much of a fucking weeb, if not more of a pervert, than the people that I'm complaining about because I actually know about Hyper Fortress, right? That's like a hyper fortress fucking design for the character. A character called Widowmaker, right? I kill men. I make the widows out of their wives. I'm a sniper. I'm the bad guy. Creepy, whatever. Like this design, I feel like to me is actually better and more unique compared to the original Widowmaker design, and it kind of captured some stuff that I liked about Moria's or whatever the fuck her design was in Overwatch when she was announced. And that to me, it gives a really kind of creepy, like spider like design to her, like Widowmaker, Black Widow, kind of just a creepy zombified look to this blue character who's like, I have this special condition that makes me blue. My blood is so cold, I blue. Because she has like the cold blood or whatever the fuck is wrong with her that makes her fucking blue and evil. You have the mech arm and shit, the tattered clothing around her. It doesn't necessarily scream spy per se. I'm sitting in the shadows or whatever. But that big ass hair didn't exactly scream spy. The spandex and stuff didn't necessarily scream that either. Maybe if they dress up the character in something resembling camo, I'd actually be able to believe that. But someone who uses like witchcraft and shit almost or whatever, or just I have a whole bunch of like chemical weapons or whatever. Like she seems like she would shoot a dart at you that would infect you with a poisonous virus. Just shoot an arrow that has the AIDS virus in you, and all of a sudden you fucking just burn alive. You just turn to fucking dust or whatever. Like she seems like the kind of character that would do shit like that to you, because the character design demonstrates that, and he also has like the little optic visor here. That's a nice touch. My only real complaint is that it looks too much like Moria for me to really say that it screams sniper. It seems more witch-like than anything. But it's good that it's unique and different, and that the only real bad thing is that Moria exists. So they beat you to the punch before you can actually make this character design, assuming this isn't like old before Moria came out in Overwatch. But that's what I'm talking about. You're not critiquing the actual designs. You're not telling people what's good or bad about them. You're not saying what you like or dislike about them. You're saying that, well, they're not the original characters. It's not just the same character with long hair or braids or any kind of difference, or just in a different kind of costume. And it's boring and it's bad because they want the character design to not involve superheroes flying through space with their titties just open to the fucking world for like no reason. I guess you could make a character who's like butt ass naked, right? She can be like a female Hulk, and she's butt ass naked, and she's naked because she doesn't feel like she needs to wear any clothes because she's indestructible, and her whole gimmick is just showing off and making people feel uncomfortable. But you're still making a character that stomps around naked. Like, I don't know, like they wanted this and we want it, right? We wanted Power Girl and Injustice too. We raved over about Power Girl, and all. I was like, oh my god, we got Power Girl and we got Supergirl. Oh my god, it's like that was cool and all, but like how many female scarecrows do we really get? Hell, where's the love for the big girls? Where's that big girl love at? Where is female Rufus? Where is female Bob? Where is female E Honda? I keep telling people like that. That makes so much sense to me. I am so surprised it has not happened yet. The fucking sumo geisha thing. Nobody's done that yet. Why has nobody done that yet? Well, if somebody does do it, you got it from me, okay? I actually did it first. Now that I think about it, I should go ahead and finish designing that character, redesigning that character, and upload it to my fucking page so nobody can take that from me. Probably shouldn't even mention that. I'll probably be a dick and just draw that. Not put any shading or whatever. I'll just draw it, put flats on it, and upload her to my DeviantArt page before I upload this video to YouTube, and that way I can say I just have it on there. But that's what I'm talking about. We're not thinking outside of the box whenever we create fucking female characters most of the time anyway. But when it's time to make the next Blanca or the next G or whatever in Street Fighter, I think Street Fighter has a really, really good cast of characters in general when it comes to like variety and body types and everything. But still, when it comes to make like those characters and stuff, or the next just whatever, right? The next I don't know, Cinder Block and fucking Teen Titans, like we don't give that to the female characters. We don't give that to them. We keep reserving the Power Girl spots and shit for them. And I really don't want to, I keep saying I don't want to give these feminists a bone and shit, but I don't know, like I'm just tired of seeing it. People want to say it's problematic. I don't buy into the whole problematic bullshit, but it's definitely played out. And when I talk to people who claim to want to be writers and shit, and they just don't know how to write characters, and they don't know how to write people of different races, and the female character is always your typical, well, you see, the main character wants to fuck her in the ass. Like that's my reaction to all that shit, and that's part of the reason why I decided to want to work on a webcomic anyway. I guess when I have the balls to attach my YouTube account to that shit, I can actually talk shit about it. But I just that's the ironic part. I just got the spent the last 4 days drawing a porn comic, so you know. I do what I say, not as I do. Apparently, I'm bitching and moaning about carrot female representation. I just got through drawing breast expansion, milk fetish porn, instead of actually doing anything that I just talked about. But the point is that like I I create this crap and I see what you're doing, right? Or I want to create this stuff and I'm bad at it because the artwork is awful and belongs on DeviantArt for all the wrong reasons. If you get my drift, right? But I see what you're doing, and I'm just tired of it. I'm just tired of the fact that this is what character designers think a female character designer is supposed to be. And I'm pretty much you're tired of hearing about it too, because I can feel that for the last 30 minutes I essentially just said the same thing in different words, but I guess that's also indicative of the fact there's really nothing else to say past that point. Like once we got past the fucking Persona 5 character, there really wasn't anything else to say. Once I went to Raggill and talked about how I can't fucking stand that character design, that was pretty much it. But yeah, like these character designs, love them or hate them, I get the artist's intent. And while I don't particularly like them all that much, though, I do kind of have a affinity towards this Widowmaker one. I think the Widowmaker one is onto something, but the other ones, they're fine. Huntress, Wonder Woman, Power Boy, whatever the fuck that's supposed to be, and Black Widow, those are fine. But don't just you're not getting the point to what the artist's motivation was for creating this. So like it's just my art style. Having giant heads and disproportionate anatomy is just my art style. Just like having giant titties is just my character design. Who cares if it makes sense? It's like it could just be whatever it wants to be. If I just want to have a whole bunch of just porn characters running around and just having a whole bunch of characters that look like they're just straight out of fucking Queensblade, and like Catilia, who's just like a big bimbo MILF or whatever with giant titties who rubs up against her son and seems like she's about to start breastfeeding him at any minute because her breasts are so big and he's so young and he rubs against them so much and he's a big crybaby who wants his mother's titties. I'm just gonna start feeding your mother's milk any time. I could just do whatever I want, like Queensblade is like, I don't see the problem. I don't see the problem here. It's like, but that's like, it's too much. Let me put it like this. I'm a fat motherfucker, even though I lost 60 pounds in 3 months due to a fucking illness. So I guess I can't really make too many fat jokes. At least, but if this keeps up till next year, I'm not going to be able to make fat jokes about myself anymore. I went from 313 to fucking 260 or 250, wherever the fuck I am now. I don't even know because my scale broke, but it kept going down. Right. But it's like, I like cake, right? I like donuts. I like all that, sugary garbage that turns you into a fat fuck in the first place. But if that's all you eat, you're gonna get sick. And that's how I feel about sexy female character designs. I love that shit. But holy fucking hell, dial it back every once in a while. Not every OC needs to be fucking porn, dude. God damn, I'm me of all people really shouldn't be the person to say that. But you'd have to know more about me to really, understand the validity of that statement. And I'm not gonna just put my ass on a platter and get fucked by a giant red gorilla in space just to prove a point about character design.
Any redesign blog on Tumblr, you guys sure know how to take the fun and variety out of female characters.
Yeah, you say fun and variety. Fun, I understand, but variety. That's a funny ass joke. Variety. I'm not even gonna get into that right now. I want that the next picture to show up on screen before I start howling at my to the top of my lungs about variety.
With your boring outfits and your boring Minecraft bodies.
Minecraft bodies. What the fuck is this cockatoo bullshit? Is she supposed to be like a pirate? So she's a pirate girl with big cockatoo feathers coming out of her ass, high heels, tattered clothes doesn't really make sense. Onesie, I guess. Giant ass blunderbuss that's like twice as big as she is, so she's got the Sephiroth gun going on. And this contrived dime a dozen animu bullshit is somehow more creative than the Minecraft body. It's not like this Adventure Time ish kind of design for the character is like amazing or anything. It's just like an amazing character design. But if you told me she was supposed to be a pirate, I'd actually fucking believe you. This seems like she's about to like serve me drinks at the fucking Playboy Mansion. Like it's a pirate themed Playboy bunny party or some shit. Because the way she's posed is like the whole, yeah, check out my thighs, I gotta check out my thighs. Nothing's going on in the face. I'm not getting any kind of emotion from the face. This phase kind of implies some kind of malice with the character. Is the character evil? I'm actually asking those kind of questions because I'm looking at the character's posing, and she's got cleavage, she's got titty. So there's some titty over there. It's just that it's covered up. It's not spilling out of her fucking chest. Like these things, like holy fucking shit, how is this even keeping her titties up? And you're over here just snarling at it, talking about how like, oh well, you're taking all the fun out of it and you're ruining it, and your designs are terrible because like you're just going against what the original artist wishes. Like I get it, you don't like it that they're like disrespecting the artist by saying that their designs are shitty, and I definitely believe that we should be allowed to do whatever designs that they want. But why are they doing that? Why do they keep giving us this shit? Where did they come from? Why did they build this crap? It's like, why did they build this? Why did they make that? Why did they make it look like that? You're cool. You're at least you're somewhat cool anyway. At the very least, you have the potential to be cool if you get where that reference was from. But because that's one of my favorite games of all time. But it's like, yeah, dude, like where is this coming from? And I honestly feel like it's the body pillow bullshit. It's the I need a waifu bullshit. It's the people who unironically fall in love with their AI programs and shit. It's those people that this is designed for. And I'm just not feeling it, dude. That'll be an oof from me, dog. I'm not really feeling it. Not really feeling it, yo. I'm not really feeling it, yo. Mandy, I know that you like to pack on the pounds, and I like my woman with a little bit of meat on them, but I think you're kind of going a little too heavy on those cakes there, Remember that fucking scene where Betty sees herself in the future and she's a big fat fuck getting railed by Chad Irwin. Like I didn't notice what they were doing. It's like here's black guys like fat white chicks, and I know from experience that that's fucking true. You don't want to see my fucking porn folders, man. All this fucking TLC I have in my fucking folders and shit. But yeah, dude, it's like boring Minecraft bodies. Well, the Minecraft bodies. What's boring about them? Other than it's not sexualized, what's boring about the Minecraft bodies? Because the Minecraft bodies aren't spammed to high hell unless you're like counting Steven Universe and Adventure Time and I guess Minecraft porn. Like that's another. I forgot about the Minecraft porn. We talk about Minecraft bodies being boring, but there's like literal fucking Minecraft porn. So I don't know about all that. Taking big ass circles on these square ass Minecraft bodies, people literally getting turned on by Minecraft, drawing the characters shaped like Minecraft. It's like they're legit attracted to the Minecraft shape. Like, what the fuck? I guess I'm in no position to judge. It's like, honey, is that Vor in your Deviants for? I mean, we're not talking about me. We're talking about you, right? But that's such a construct. Like it feels so judgmental, and I guess that's what irritates me about the way she says. She's like so snarkly, just shitting on their art, and I guess it kind of for me it almost puts the whole thing about art styles and shit, the videos she did about art styles and everything, into perspective. It just feels like no, like no. I don't really know what else to say other than this point is that sorry sir, but I don't like it. Mr. Horace, I don't fucking like it. I don't really approve. I'm tired of seeing this.
To match. Good job, guys. Secondly, I would like to leave you with the words of Yoko Taro, who was the man behind the design of the protagonist.
Yeah, the sex robot battle maid. I explained her backstory earlier, where she was a sex robot redesigned to fight for humanity. That made up storyline that I came up with, that's bullshit out of my ass, that makes more sense than the actual story of the fucking game. I still need to actually play it. I played the demo. It's a good game. I still want to play it. I've only the only Nier game. The only I only played Dragon Guard 3. Zero's design actually made sense. When I read that she was a prostitute and all that sort of stuff, like, it made everything about Zero actually made sense. I would actually go as far as to say that Dragon Guard 3 had good character design for the most part, and that was the game where the protagonist Zero has a fucking just a set of concubines that serve her every whim. A whole bunch of dudes that literally suck her off. That she just fucks them, right? And she has her period, and asks one of them, it's like, "Hey, tear off your clothes. I need a rag. I'm about my period. I gotta get out of the rag, you piece of shit." You know, Openly having sex, trying to kill her sisters and shit. And the character designs, for the most part anyway, made a little bit more sense. Maybe not two, and what was it? What was the busty one? Five? I don't know. Five didn't seem too bad. I just thought two was kind of weird because if I remember, wasn't two the one in the two piece? One of them had a two piece for like no reason, but it made sense because each one of them were like different personalities. Because when you know about the story, they all come out of Zero, hence the name Zero. She's the original, and then one, two, three, four, and five all branched out of Zero when she tried to kill the flower. So it makes sense that they would kind of have all these different personalities, and two is all bubbly and stupid. So it makes sense that she would have like more carefree clothing. Like, why is it that it seems like, what does it seem like Yoko Taro put more effort into Dragon Guard 3 than fucking Nier Automata when it came to character design? Like, legit. We keep salivating over 2B because she's got a big butt and she's got a big back, but we don't really talk about the character design in Dragon Guard 3. I know Dragon Guard 3 was an amazing game. The combat is just shit compared to fucking Nier Automata. It's objectively fucking garbage compared to Nier. But as far as the character designs are concerned, narratively speaking, it made more sense and actually paid attention to the story in Dragon Guard 3. It wasn't completely fucking insane. So while I don't trust Yoko Taro to tell a sensible fucking story, and the ending or blatantly throwing time travel in your face, and me learning that, going over to the Dragon Guard wiki and learning that time travel is like a theme throughout the entire fucking game, so much so that one of the final boss fights transports you forward in time. Flung, flings you into the future, whereby evil is law, where you have to fight a giant ass dragon in like the middle of fucking Tokyo or some shit. Uh, okay, I guess, but I do. Am genuinely interested in the story of Nier and stuff. That's why I have Nier. I need to get Nier Automata. I was going to play the story and everything. But I'm hard pressed to believe that there is a narrative reason for 2B's design that even remotely makes sense. And yet here I am saying that, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 and 0, like, they all make sense. One was the leader, the stoic leader, who was going to just bring the charge and you just serve the flowers well. It's like, we're gonna fuck everything up. And what did she do? Wear clothes, right? She dressed in a way that actually matched her personality. I could tell from the visuals. Wow, I could tell visually that, one was supposed to be the serious one. Wow, you know, funny how character design can actually convey parts of a character, and Yoko Taro can do it. That's what I'm talking about. Yoko Taro understands character design. These people understand character design. They just don't care because they know that people eat up shit like 2B. So now we get 2B instead of 0, right?
In Nier Automatica. When he was questioned about why she was a robot wearing heels about 1,000 years into the future, he simply answered, "I just really like girls."
That's
And
not
I can
really a
really appreciate.
hot take. That's not really a hot take. That's just you taking the piss. That's just you taking the piss. That's like drawing a whole bunch of lollies and being like, why do you like to draw underage girls in bikinis sucking each other off? Being like, I just like underage girls. Yeah, boy. Like that's not a real answer. He just disregarded it. He just didn't give a shit. I guess I can respect that. I mean, Yoko Taro seems like a cool guy, and I guess I can appreciate. I can respect the fact that he wears that mask all the time. Look, I wouldn't want to dox myself in these day and ages. Holy shit, fucking shit, showing your face on the internet in these dark times, gonna wind up dead in a ditch somewhere if you do that. I don't want to get killed. Yoko's got the right idea. He wants to have a life, have a life, have a life. He doesn't want to get killed over his fucking opinions on video games, so he keeps his head nice and tucked away. I'd probably do that if I ever had public appearances for anything related to any media I created. I would just come with a mask or something and wear it. And pull a Yoko Taro on everybody and make sure nobody knows what the fuck I look like, because I don't want to deal with any of that shit. Walking down the street, getting my fucking fat cakes from Walmart. Oh my god, you're that guy whose opinion I don't like. Can you sign my pepper spray? Nah, no thanks. But yeah, like, dude, that was just Yoko Taro taking the piss. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. That's not. I don't think there's anything to hold against the guy unless you really take the girls part too literally. I don't. I don't think he's literally just has a fetish for underage girls. Tubi doesn't look underage to me, so I don't think that's what he was trying to convey by any means. But he really was just taking the piss, and I appreciate the sentiment, behind that statement. Like I'll just do whatever the fuck I want, but it really just sounds like he didn't answer the fucking question, dude. I just draw porn. That's the only reason? Yeah, I just make sex robots. That's just what I like to do. You had no actual reasoning behind it? I gave you the reason. I fapped to it. Well, at least he was honest.
Appreciate someone who simply just designs something because it's cool. And I hope that everyone
Designing something because it's cool is why we get so many anime OCs and shit with multicolored eyes and rainbow scars and Sharingans and all this other shit that is way less imaginative than one would actually want to believe. Sorry, but I don't particularly like that. I don't know. I noticed that I got progressively more bitchy throughout the video, but you have to excuse me. On my end, it's like past midnight, so I have to like really take the piss, literally and figuratively, and head off to bed and shit, right? Because this is late. But it's just kind of draining to talk about this shit. This is why I stopped talking about this shit 7 years ago, because I'm just so done with this stuff. It's like, damn, dude, like just throwing shit at a wall and then calling it creative. This just reminds me back when I was in middle school and people would like make OCs and name them uni for unique and other weird shit like that. That's not creative. That's not creativity, dude. But maybe it's me. When I think about anime that I actually like, I mean, I have a sense of humor. I like Goku dolls. What was it? School Life was fucking great. That was a really great anime. I really like the twist. Um, and I don't mean like the zombie twist where they're like, getting in the fucking, or, well, we're in the school and there's like zombies all over the school. There was this pull episode in School Live, and I'm not sure if it was intended or not, but what would have been fan service in any other episode is like the most important episode in the anime because it conveys the meaning of the entire anime, and I really don't want to spoil it because I actually really really like it. And I wonder if people can watch it from beginning to end and see what I saw in the fucking pool party episode, because oh, they're just gonna get naked and swim in this pool. Why are they swimming in this pool? And then when it all clicked with me, it's like, oh shit, this is the most important episode in the anime. This is the anime. The anime makes sense because they're all naked in bikinis. It's almost like somebody wrote this, right? But there's that, and I like stuff like Hellgirl. I meant to watch Mushishi. I guess what I'm trying to say is I care about story driven, character driven types of things and not just people shooting energy blasts at each other, even though, I still love Dragon Ball because I grew up with it. But I think if I didn't grow up with it, I probably wouldn't care for it as an adult. because I just don't really care for that kind of shallow ass storytelling. And that's what I keep seeing is like, my character has big titties and they can shoot lasers, and he's like he has a dark form and all this other shit. It's like, but what's the story? What's the stitch? Why should I care? And I know that's kind of really, really off topic, but I just felt like, if somebody's like, well, this guy, he's bitching and moaning, and he's just like, I don't like him. I don't like this guy. I don't like his opinion. I just thought that would contextualize my take on this video some more, just to know that when it comes to media consumption, I like, Jungle DEQ and all that other stupid shit as much as the next guy. And just Jungle DEQ actually had minors in it, so maybe we should actually scratch that. Forget I mentioned that show. I was a minor when I watched it, so they were my age. It was fair game. I was watching it on Comcast. Remember, what was it, Direct TV? I remember that. I remember that shit when I was in high school. Or no, I think it was in middle school actually when I was watching that. I think it was in middle school. I was watching fucking Jungle the Yuki and Desert Punk. But yeah, like I don't really like that shit. So that's why this stuff annoys me so much, because I see it as like it's taking up space where actual good storytelling and games with like artistic integrity, something to say, would actually be. Like, you're taking up that animes or video games, whatever. You're taking up that potential spot when you create more trash, more garbage. I know I'm calling it trash and garbage. I'm calling it trash and garbage from a narrative perspective, right? Because the stories are fucking bad. And if it's Keijo or whatever, that's fine. I like Keijo. Kind of ironically though, and when the story tried to take itself seriously, it's kind of like, all right, you're missing the point. This is a show about girls bumping each other with their asses, right? Let's just stick to the fat chick doing the meteor dive on the fucking stage and shit, and keep it at that, because you're kind of, you start off with a chick having like, oh, her butt is so bouncy, it's like two breasts, right? You start off with that, and then they actually want to try to have like this is like big action scenes and shit with ass, like it was a shonen anime with ass, like dude, okay, you have the picture. I see that stuff and I see it as taking up space where a good anime or a good game could be. I say the exact same thing when a new Call of Duty comes out or any of that other kind of stuff. A game without microtransactions, a game with actual heart and soul could have been there. But instead, we're going to take up more shelf space with garbage. And I don't really appreciate that because I don't get to play the games that I want to play. But why does that matter? I pirate most of my shit anyway, so who the fuck cares? I'm going to buy the new Shantae game probably, or at least pirate it, though I want to actually buy the game this time because I just want to have like I like to do achievement hunts and shit. It doesn't really matter. I'm still getting games that I want River City Girls, all that stuff. That's cool. But generally speaking, enough is enough. Right? Calm your tits. Calm the tits. Calm the tits down. Right? But yeah. That's just me. That's just me elaborating on who I am as a consumer.
Everyone else can agree too. I'll see you later, gamers. Please take care of yourselves.
Well, yeah, because gamers, like, because that's all gamers want. That's all gamers care about is titty and ass, because we're shut-ins, and that's all we do is just jerk off the tits and ass. Like, that's what I meant at the beginning of the video when I was talking about how this whole thing was titty, and then we got all these characters that just sum up everything I was talking about. So I do like Juliet. Um, I actually really do like Lollipop Chainsaw. I'm not gonna sit here and gush about Lollipop Chainsaw, and I think Eliza is a pretty cool character design, because the thing about Eliza is that she has a whole bunch of gross frames where her body distorts and stuff, and her character design actually, resembles something, resembling creativity. I mean, I used to like Valentine. I mean, I don't know, Ninja Nurse is fine, but you could do way better. You have Philia, you have Parasol, you have those characters. Then you have like Painwheel, who's actually interesting, and Peacock, who's really creative, and Eliza, and you have these character designs that like aren't garbage, right? And then you got Catherine here. It's like, all right, well, that's just more of Atlas's bullshit. Bayonetta, I actually think Bayonetta's kind of gross. Her legs look gross. Her face still makes her look like Sarah Palin. I'm still making Sarah Palin jokes about her to this very day. I'm not letting that go. Um, I don't know why Betty Boop is there. I don't know. I, uh, I guess she inspired a lot of this shit somehow. Look, Betty Boop, whatever. She didn't have giant titties, right? Her titties weren't the size of fucking landstalkers. So Lance and Ratchets found the landstalker. It's like, uh, I think I'm letting it slip, like what type of gamer I actually am and why I'm not exactly on board with this shit. Well, playing these fucking anthropomorphic animal games and shit, Ratchet and shit. But yeah, dude, like, so that's my overall take on it. Is I agree with the core premise of the video, but it really misses the point about why people complain about these designs. I really got peeved at how she approached those redesigns by those artists or whatever redesigning the characters. And I wasn't like offended by it, but it's kind of like, dude, you're not just missing the point, you're being incredibly judgmental about it. And I'm a subscriber. I'm a fan. She criticizes people. I'm sure she can handle criticism. And as one more time, just to send it home, because I know my tone probably sent a very different message. But this again is not an attack. This is not me trying to just shit on her. But holy shit, that just annoyed me, right? It's like, dude, why are you digging in so deep to these people just because they gave a shit about character design? They had a different take on it. They have a different take on character design, so you're ruining the character and you're taking all the fun out of it. I just want to blush and look at all these fucking sexualized characters that I really like. I almost feel like this end card encapsulates the whole video. I didn't really pay attention to it just now. Because, I looked at the substance of it, but not necessarily the end card. But the end card just sums up the whole thing. I just want titty, right? I just want my titty. I mean, I like titty too. Juliet Starling is like one of my favorite fucking female protagonists in a video game. I know that's really contradictory to everything I just said, but fuck you. I really like that game. I really like that character. I even like all the little Easter eggs where you try to look up her skirt and she pulls her skirt down and calls you out for being a pervert. I love all that shit. Love Juliet. Love that game. But not variety, dude. Like, you gotta give me some fucking variety. And if you're gonna make a character like fucking Juliet, you gotta do it right. She's gotta have that nice Tara Strong voice acting, spunky and shit, and actually have funny dialogue and kick ass and just be totally fucking awesome. Dressed like a cheerleader, so she isn't even really any more explicitly sexualized than anybody else. Her outfit actually makes sense. Character design just demonstrates aspects of her personality, the fucking lollipops and everything. Like, what? Her character design made sense, right? It actually made sense. So there was actually nothing wrong with the character unless you just don't like cheerleader outfits. Like you have a problem with cheerleaders, right? But like that made sense. All right. But I could go in about Valentine, about why is there a fucking group of ninja nurses and why does she break the thermometer in between her titties? Um, I remember I defended that character in my old video about Nito all the way back, and I don't exactly take back what I said, but I didn't. I look back at that and I really think to myself, like, well, why did she break the thermometer with her titties? I know what they were trying to do with like making the character like openly sexual and oh, just the squeezing the pressure and blah 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 blah. But like when you know what that character's line in the story is, her connection to Pain Wheel and all that other kind of shit, you'd think she'd look a little more grotesque and not as sexualized, given that like the sexuality seems to conflict with the character. It just seems to be there because Alex Ahod likes to jerk off to giant chicken legs on his female characters, right? That's what I'm getting. But he has to know something about character design. He made Big Ben. He made Eliza. He has to know about character design to some fucking degree. He made Beowulf, right? But when it comes to cranking out the female character, the Peacock, they made that character, but Fila just has the big giant ass thighs, and Parasol just has giant titties. We got a big sweater puppy joke. She's got a sweater on, so she's got to have sweater puppies. Alright, I'm just repeating myself. You get the idea. This picture sums up the entire fucking video, and I kind of feel um, nothing need to be said. Now, I already know I'm going to get tons of downvotes. I already know most people aren't going to watch the whole 2-3 hour fucking long epic video. Especially since I kind of just say a lot of the same shit. I would say the last hour is the worst part of it. And I'm still going, right? But I'm going to go ahead and sum it up and look at these comments and shit. Read my initial comment and wrap it up. I wouldn't give it a thumbs down, but I wouldn't give it a thumbs up either. I'm really not grasping this take on it. And the only reason why I'm looking at these comments is because I want to make a point about sexual pandering and how, like, we just want titty. Like, this is like everyone is in agreement. I just want to jerk off. Like that's what like everyone thinks that. Everyone is just in lockstep over that. And I'm just sitting here in amazement, like, holy shit. Am I the only I'm the only one who's gonna step up and call out this shit for what it is? I gotta be the one to put my ass on blast and get just anally butt fucked by downvotes and just people, just 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 coming down on me, just talking shit about. I have to be the one to take this bullet to explain to people why these character designs are garbo, and we are all just we are throwing character design and storytelling in the trash. Like, I have to be the trash man here and take out the fucking trash. Really? All right, I'll be Danny DeVito. I'll be the fucking trash man. Right? So I'm just gonna read my take on it first, and then we can go down a couple of popular comments, go down some of the newest comments, see what people are saying, and just kind of give you the idea of what I'm talking about. So here's the summary of what I wrote. Actually, no, I'm not going to read it out loud because I said all of that already. I guess I'm just kind of going over it so you can see what I'm talking about. And, talked about these replies here. I said talked about these replies. Yeah, open up. Where do you respond with an actually good and rational comment and absolute shit tier anti-social justice outrage video? Look, I hate to be that dude, but yeah, like I can't really disagree with that. The video is kind of shit tier. I can only imagine you agree with this video if you don't think about what it implies, right? Like everything that I've talked about. If you don't think about any of that, then it's perfectly fucking fine, right? It's called hentai and it's an art. Stanley The Office. Well, when we gotta quote The Office to make a point, and I gotta, just mash that like button. Respect my busty girls. Gotta have the big titties. This one's been pretty decent. Give critique, possibly give examples and what's the points that they make are actually valid. For example, yes, leotard skirts, shorts and are absolutely normal. I don't disagree with that. I did ballet for 8 years. It's reasonable to wear that in a situation. What's not okay is for some shows or whatever to make the circumstance reasonable, but camera shots not. Here's an example of what they're talking about because I noticed this because I watch Toonami and stuff. Since I have cable right now, I can't wait to get rid of it because I have cable under the worst possible circumstances. But I was watching it, and me and my brother were watching fucking Food Wars, and like there was this one scene where this chick who's like putting her spices in her fucking soup, and they're just like, oh my god, she's putting the spices in. She's got a big butt, she's got big titties, and she's putting in the spices, and the camera zooms in on her tits and her ass as she's putting in the spices, and then like they're done with that character, and then they move on to the next one, to the next thing that's happening in the big cook off. But it's like her breast and ass had absolutely fuck all to do with what she was cooking or how she was cooking. As long as she was taking the spices out of her titties, it just closed up on her ass and titties for no reason. It was like really quick too, just out of fucking nowhere. Like I wouldn't fucking notice that. It came on fucking like a subliminal almost. It was almost like a fucking subliminal of some shit. And I just looked at that and I was just like, what the fuck? Right? It was a character that wasn't even meat, right? It wasn't even that meat character with the tan girl with the big titties. It wasn't even her. I can't fucking stand shit like Food Wars because of that. Because of you, Sullivan. Fucking shit. As you can tell, I'm a big fan of Monsters Inc. That's one of my favorite fucking Pixar movies. I watched it a month ago for Halloween. It reminded me of why I love the movie so much, so I've been spamming that quote a couple of times. I'll stop eventually. Well, assuming it doesn't cash on. If it cashes on, then I guess I'll just keep spamming it. But that movie was fucking incredible. Twitter would be like, women can't be attractive, lol. Nobody said that in the video though. Right? None of the responses, they never said that. So what you're saying is that's what I'm hearing. What I'm hearing is, so what you're saying is female characters should have reasonable designs that make sense within the context of their own stories. So what you're saying is you hate characters showing sin, you hate female sexuality? That's not what I'm saying. Yeah, but you have a problem with sexy character designs. Which reminds me about the shit that I got from this guy with this video over here. Like this is what this video, worthless opinions and bad critique, my salty rants, that's what it was about. That's what the waifu virus shit was about. That's why I made that video. So what you're saying is you have problem with the female designs and all this other shit that I didn't fucking say? You're telling the wannabe porn artist who, draws chicken scratches that are all disproportionate and shit, but is desperately trying to make his porn fappable to his DeviantArt following, his steadily growing DeviantArt following, so everyone could just jack off all over my OC. You're gonna tell this guy you have a problem with female character designs? Well, do you have a problem with making sense, my dude? Like, do you have a problem with not making shit up about people? Right? I know, like I said, that conversation was over, and I'm not mad about that. I mean, I was never mad about it. I was only annoyed. But I'm not getting upset about it. I'm just saying, that's the reason why I made that video in the first fucking place, because this attitude is so prevalent that it's hard for me to just keep ignoring it. I mean, I could ignore it, but I don't want to, because I'd rather pay attention to it so I could ignore more depressing things in life, because nobody is using this website because their life is actually going okay. We're only here to waste each other's time. All right, but enough jokes. Right. Female character shows a little leg. People, oh my god, thought. Another thing nobody said: women isn't supposed to show skin. Women isn't supposed to wear skin. So you see, I'm just gonna be obtuse on purpose and get tons of fucking likes for it. I don't hate any of these people. I'm not saying these people are stupid or anything. And like I said, I agree with the general premise of the video. I agree with the general premise of what these comments are saying. But it is that is not what any of those comments or redesigns or any of that's not what they were talking about. Maybe they were, and I just had to be there. But fuck, dude. Way to miss the fucking point and just blow it way out of proportion. This is why I backed away from this anti-social justice warrior shit back when it was starting. And sometimes I wonder, maybe I should have done that, because then I could get tons of Patreon donations by just repeating what people already fucking believe and pretending to know something, even though I don't know anything, and then go on to try to become a politician and single-handedly destroy a political party. I could have just did that, pretending like I actually knew what the fuck I was talking about, not finish a video game, and ruin a political party. Yeah, that was a pretty deep pot shot. Look, I don't. I'm throwing all these stones at people who know fuck all about me. Well, I mean, come on, man. That story told itself, dude. I hate to be that guy, but holy fucking shit, milkshake man, dude. What the fuck? That liberalist stuff was I feel like I dodged the bullet, but I missed all my shekels. I feel like the money would have justified it. Should have just sold myself out. Honestly, if I wear a short skirt, doesn't mean I'm some porn star. Well, I mean, when I jack off to Chelsea Charms, she's usually wearing pants. A lot of those videos, she's actually not even topless. Sometimes I still consider it porn, because she's doing a whole bunch of suggestive poses and shit, like when she does jumping jacks and whatnot. I don't know. I mean, all because I'm dressed this way. I don't know, man. That it sounds like that Dave Chappelle sketch. All because I'm dressed this way. Well, then why are you dressed like that? But all right, I get you. All because I have a skirt, Jocko. All because you're wearing a skirt doesn't mean you're a porn star. But it's also Danganronpa. We stand for fictional women's rights to wear shorts and skirts and leotards, because that's Very important. The right for characters to a right that people realistically can't take away from you. I mean, I guess if you don't fight back against it, people might try to like make it so that you can't like do that stuff because of the fucking like comic book law. I forgot what that law was called, but there was this dark age of comics where they basically made it so that you could not express yourself in fucking comics. Um, some law, whatever, that really restricted the fucking rules on comics and other type of entertainment that was allegedly aimed at children. Now we're about to do this whole Copa shit. I get that, but you shouldn't need titties to tell a story. Right? If you need it as a crutch, you are a bad storyteller. I am sorry, but that's true. What's the point of art if we can't use it to go where reality is limited? Shadman. Let me read that one more time before I emphasize the quote from fucking Shadman. What's the point of art if we can't use it to go where reality is? You mean unlimited? Where reality is limited. Well, I mean, reality is already limited. It's fiction that is unlimited, and the point of art, I guess, is to go outside of reality. Like what? Maybe he did say that because Shadman, the dude who sexualizes minors. Let's not split hairs with fucking Shadman, dude. Shadman sexualizes minors and even made like a picture of like an actual minor before, like an actual girl or whatever. Like, man, I like Shadman as a meme, but Shadman and art in the same sentence. What I know, right? Like, look, Shadman is not a bad artist, but that whole Princess Marco shit, where Marco getting railed up the ass, Marco Diaz from Star versus the Forces of Evil and all this other shit, like his stuff is funny, and that morbid humor, that morbid dark humor that I fucking love. But it's still fucking Shadman, dude. Like, let's not resort. Like, if you have to quote Shadman, and 84 people liked that post. Fucking Shadman, my dude. Like, that says everything right there, dude. Shadman, the hero that we deserve. What's that? Are we gonna start sucking off mode 7? Nigga, what? These are the heroes of the fucking free titty movement, I guess. Are Shadman and fucking mode 7. Like, that speaks for itself. I know it sounds weird, but the dude actually has some points. I watched his talk videos, and he is just too well spoken for being someone who draws lolicons. I don't doubt that. Look, I'm not saying that he's stupid because he draws lolicons, but he draws lolicons, and why? But he has talk stream. I mean, I didn't know he had those actually. I'd actually want to watch those. So. I just talk shit about Shadbad to be like, well, I'd actually watch him if he streamed. You get the idea, right? Like, I see what these people are doing, but I don't hate them and I don't hate their art. I like Shadman, but when he cranks out the lullies, I tap out. But everything else, right? When he made that joke about a streamer giving birth on stream, that was funny as fuck. I like that stuff. That's what I see. That's what I follow Shadman for, is that stuff, but not the lullies. The lullies are questionable because I don't really buy the it's fictional stuff. But as long as I don't know that he's a pedophile, you can't say that he is a pedophile. And in that case, I'll watch his streams, and I want to hear him say stuff about that. I'm curious. Actually curious to see what his take on it is, because I mean, I can look for see if he has a YouTube channel afterwards. I didn't know he had a YouTube channel where he talked about it. I think I've seen a YouTube channel before where he fucking like made a joke about drawing a chick with dick, or a chick with a dick or something, but I don't know. You know. Yes, art disturbing as it may be. I would totally have sex with Princess Peach. Might I say? I don't know. I kind of like Princess Peach. I drew Poo-Tang of Princess Peach. I gave her a giant ass. Look, man, super mushrooms and shit. They were asking for. They were asking for ass expansion. Peach Bomber. It's all right there, and her ass explodes with the fucking bomb explosion. It's right there. It is right there. I had to lose Peach, dude. I had to do it. It was too obvious. People who get upset at Shadman's art are about on the same level as people who get upset at art discussed in this video. Both groups are upset over drawings, which is ridiculous. A Shadman drawing is very different from the shit that we were talking about. The shit that we were talking about in this video is insanely tame compared to the shit that falls out of Shadman's ass. Holy shit. There's false equivalence, and then there's whatever the fuck you just said. Holy shit. You don't think him sexualizing a little boy dressed in drag from a TV show that flopped on its ending? That ending was bad, where Star just kills thousands of people because she's an idiot to destroy magic. Yo, Toppy was right. I better just kill half the population. Fucking Star Butterfly is such a piece of shit. But I don't know, dude. Sounds like you're missing the point, which is exactly why I decided to read these comments before closing the video out. I think it's fair to find the subject of art distasteful or objectionable while also realizing that in the end it's still fictional characters. And when we draw the line, the thickest of both red is the depiction of real people, and even then it needs to be obvious. Do I really need to keep reading this shit? We're trying to defend Shadman. Shadman. We're real. Oh my god, Shadman. He's in the chart, but the judge and individual based on what they draw is what I find to be ridiculous. Look, I fucking drew Fuda shit. I drew my expansion shit, but I don't draw lullies because I'm not a pedophile. I I'm not saying he's a pedophile, but I'm questioning why he drew that. I'm just questioning why he drew it. Like, I don't really understand the motivation to draw that, right? It's kind of like if you draw like Goro. God forbid you actually know what that is. Don't If you don't know what it is, spare yourself. Don't look it up. Don't look it up, right? But it's like if somebody draws that, you have to really ask yourself like, why did you draw it? It's like, oh, I just drew it. It's fine. But like, this is porn. Do you get aroused by this? Like, what exactly are you doing with that big ass butcher knife? Oh, we're just having some steamed clams. I'm just chopping up the clams. The steamed hams, just chopping them up. It's like, yeah, clams, hams, whatever. But you seem to be really sharpening the shit out of it, and you seem to be looking at my neck with a really crazy look in your eye. Are you gonna chop off my head and jack off into it? It's like, man, people don't just do shit for no reason. I'm gonna just leave it at that. Well, she's showing her shoulders. She's clearly being hardy, whatever the fuck. I'm just gonna keep missing the point, right? What's a, oh yeah, I missed this. What a joke. Please donate to protect the thick foundation so excessively redesigned waifus like me can get the help they need to be who they really are inside. But I was too far into writing it to give up. Saying about it, it's nicer to know a significant amount of others seem to agree. Well, I mean, everybody agrees with this. My opinion is the one that's controversial. I'm the one who's going to get all the fucking downvotes because people are going to watch the first 5 minutes and think, oh, this guy's a piece of shit because he has the audacity to call out sexualized designs for being what they are, sexual pandering to fucking weeaboos who just want to jerk off into their body pillows regardless of storytelling. They just want to an easy fab. They just want to sell figurines to shit to people, so they design this shit with the idea of selling merchandise around it. God forbid I point that out, right? Like, holy shit. Girls wear whatever you want. Boys wear wherever you want. Non-binary and gender queer wear wherever you want. All right, so I want my miniskirt. I want my princess gown. Okay, I want my princess gown. I want my lipstick or whatever. Maybe if I trim a couple of more pounds down, I can start doing my fucking drag queen routine or whatever. And I don't want any of you guys calling me a fucking faggot. Right? Because if you're being genuine about it, then I want my fucking pink dress. Every time I talk to my folks about getting a pink car, they keep telling me I can't do it because that's gay. So I want my pink princess chariot and I want my fucking dress. Right? You're gonna be like that about it. Wear whatever I want. I want my dress. I want my fucking gown. They always ask where are her organs, but they never ask how are her organs. All right, well that's got fine, I guess. This is sexual to you? Yes, I have a crippling addiction to thighs. Well, yeah, people actually do have a thing for fucking thighs. So. Bruh, this unknown age girl is so hot. Oh my god. Oh my. She's 9. Yeah, like when people were making lewds of Hat Kid. You remember that? You remember all the lewds of Hat Kid? I remember. Pepperidge Farm members. I remember. All right. Well, I think that's enough. I'm gonna go down to the latest comments, the newest comments, and wrap it up there. And that'll be the video. Let's get a couple of these in here. Sexualized designs are cool, and I'm for all sex positivity. A few things, though. Advertised mostly in anime is just fan service excuse to make money. I don't know. Sometimes the designs are good, but other times it's just like pandering for money rather than artistic integrity. So the whole sucking the fun out of it argument doesn't really work there, considering it was done purely for uninteresting reasons. Sorry, dude, but I'm gonna have to give you that nice like button because that's the fucking truth, baby. See, some people get it. It's just that the people who are saying this are being stepped over. Because how the fuck dare you say that, right? How dare you point out the fucking truth, right? How dare you point that out? Okay. I want to suck on my titty. Okay, I'm very thirsty. My bones are very brittle, and I need mama's milk in my tummy, right? This isn't entertaining. That's kind of that's you're not saying anything of value when you say this just isn't entertaining, my dude. Let me keep reading this person's comment. This woke comment. This woke as fuck comment. Get woke. This is the truth, right? Though I do feel as though people should be less prudish and embrace sexual themes more. Not everyone is comfortable with said themes. I know plenty of people who are very sex positive or are supportive of other people embracing sexuality, but they themselves aren't as comfortable with it for various reasons. We shouldn't demean people like that simply because overly sexual themes make them uncomfortable despite being okay with other people liking it. Yeah, 'cause that was my problem too, is that VB ZZ, like she just bashes those people for the designs and just, it's like they're just fuckwits because they want different types of designs. And they're actually trying to rationalize it with maybe some in-universe fucking logic or just some common fucking sense. If you're a pirate, maybe don't dress up like a cockatoo with a giant peacock dress that magically floats in the air with a giant blunderbuss that's twice as big as your body. Sephiroth with a fucking gun. Like, what the fuck? Along with people simply not liking the way sexualized designs look from an artistic standpoint. It's not everybody's cup of tea. They're entitled to come up with their own version if they want to, just like how other people are entitled to changing a modest design to a more skimpy one, right? A more skimpy one. I don't know, man. Like, we'll see how this video fares, and you tell me, cause that will explain it, right? When I post the video and everything, that's gonna explain it. That will explain that explains everything. When the video gets published and everyone tells me to eat shit, because what I am genuinely worried about is that people care so much about titty and bright colors over actual storytelling that they will not listen to anything that I say. They will not try to respond to it intelligently. They will have an emotional reaction and they will prove everyone's point about why gamers and just gaming culture is so shitty, right? That's what I'm worried is going to happen. But hopefully I'll luck out and no one will say anything because no one will watch it. I have a girl character that people criticize as sexualized even though she has a freaking jumpsuit that covers her entire body. Actually, she's got the titties not too big though. The character is 15. Uh, okay. I mean, I need some context. I don't know. Let's skip that. I'm so lost as to what this video is trying to like get across. Someone explain. You're basically not allowed to criticize titty and call it out for what it is. Sexual pandering. You're not allowed to point that out. Okay. I want to suck on mama's milk. That's what this is about. Saying tits aren't real. Okay, whatever. JoJo is bizarre. I know, like, she used weird to describe JoJo's bizarre adventure. Like, It's right there. Bizarre. You could have. Bizarro. It was sitting right in your fucking face. Oh boy, looks like YouTube is saying telling me to eat shit. Wrap it up. I can't get the fucking comments to come down. I guess I can always make a part a part 4, a part 5 or whatever where I talk about this. Oh, you fucking Karens. I may be a demon within persona icon, but really I'm not the horn one. Her fucking unclaps your hands and step the light Puritans and then whatever. That doesn't even really like English, my dude. Act that triggers sexual reaction in the future. So no, you don't get to make the argument that showing skin is inherently sexual. And the thing is, it's okay for it to be sexual. We're goddamn humans for which food and sex are core drives. This is normal. Simply, you need a better argument than her. This isn't sexual because insert opinion here. I'm also asexual. How do I understand this better than you? You know what? I'll tell you why you understand this subject better than her, false feathers. It's because you're asexual. You aren't attracted to this shit because, according to you, I don't really believe in asexuality. But since you're asexual, so you claim, that's the reason. Because Zizi is bisexual, so she's attracted to this shit, and you aren't. So you actually see it for what it is. That's the reason. There you go. You can be attracted to it and also see it for what it is, but like when you benefit from it, when your genitals benefit from it, when you're touching yourself to it, you are not going to look at it as objectively as you would otherwise. That's why the only people who usually talk about this are feminists until I showed up, and decided, enough was enough. Enough is enough is enough. I want this out. I want this out of my media right now. Oh boy, whatever. Speaking of wanting out, I want to get out of here. I gotta get out of here. This place that I'm in, this basement I'm in, or whatever. I'm trapped. I'm in the prison. I gotta get out. How much you sexualize a female character, but they shouldn't make a high school or minor sexualized like Dangaronpa series does that a lot. Let's just leave minors out of that nasty shit. Sorry, but that's like the theme of the entire fucking series. So get used to it, I guess. Just write it on purpose, literally to stop them from making porn of God knows what. Let people live out their whack ass fantasies, but I won't condone writers doing it on purpose because that's just bad writing and design for the most part. And they are pandering to an audience that doesn't care about quality. It's an easy out and it annoys me. However, I'm going to call out the hypocrisy of many people in the comment section. I see these same kinds of people say, imagine getting upset over this, but collectively lose their shit when the developer decides to make a female character most close. Exactly. Fucking Mortal Kombat 11, where they came out with those fucking more reasonable character designs and people bitched and moaned like, oh my god, they censored the characters, it was censorship. I mean, the motivation was fucked up, but the designs themselves made more sense in a game where people are chopping themselves in half and shit. And don't give me that whole flexibility bullshit. I mean, yeah, Scarlet coming up looking like she's wearing a fucking hijab and shit. I don't know what the fuck. Like she was some like one of those dust things from fucking Star Wars. A little when when they're in the desert and those guys are in the fucking hut suits or whatever. They're all dressed up in the fucking cloaks and shit. She looked like that. Like she's just surfing around in the desert or some shit. I don't know what's up with that. But hey, it's not generic skimpy fucking ninja outfit. Sorry, but like, dude, stop thinking with your dick when you make a character design. Fucking Puritan stuff. There are a lot of bad points that you made at 340. We can all agree that that's too much fucking skin. Imagine trying to go to school wearing that. You don't have to be a social justice warrior and say should wear what they want. We're talking about fictional people. If I draw Shantae with a miniskirt that's erotic and sexual, that's literally the definition of sexual. Um, which one was that? 348. Um, the skirts, maybe yeah, because if they're schoolgirls and you're going to school in that, you're going to school in that. You're bending over, tripping over yourself, and sitting on seats with that. You're basically just taking your panties and just hitting the fucking just smearing it all over the fucking seats. You might as well just be going at it with your bare ass, dude. Like what? Kind of shifted through all this stuff, just skimming through some stuff. There's a couple of things I've already read from a couple of days ago. I've been sitting in this for a couple of days. I just now decided to finally do this, and there's a couple of things I wanted to um, look up at, and I just so it's kind of buried in here. I'm probably not gonna get it all. I mean, it really depends because a lot of people said a lot of stuff, and I'm probably not gonna waste too much time on it. What was it? I'm maybe like I was gonna say 6 more minutes, but I should probably do like 2 more. So let's go hurry up and wrap it up. Sexualizing care doesn't make it better. Often it makes it worse. Let's be fucking real. Most of the time, it's only done for fan service, something which can very often lead to a drop in quality. Swearing after every few words doesn't further your argument, especially when you have the voice of someone waking up from a coma. I guess I'm fucked because that's my whole video structure, baby. Like, oh no, oh no, calling your boy out, calling me out. Oh boy, it's draws overweight girl in bikini. This shows that the artist knows you don't have to be thin to be beautiful, and they're supporting body positivity. Uh, draws cute girl healthy in a bikini. Oh my god, you're socializing her. She's a minor. You're perverted. Well, how many big girls are we getting in bikinis? If we got some big girls in bikinis, I wouldn't complain. You know, I wouldn't complain. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. You know, we can I get some plus size bikini action up in here? I don't see anything to complain about there. As a non-safe for work artist, it feels good to hear other artists get mad about this shit. I'm not a safe work for work artist, and I think this is kind of stupid. But I still don't want it to be censored. I'm not advocating for censorship. I guess like if I had to choose between, like if I had to make a choice between either being a non-safe for work artist or being an artist who tells like an actual fucking story, I'd have to pick the story. Like I don't prioritize my non-safe for work stuff. It's just that I've been trying to use it to learn art and whatever through non-safe for work stuff and nudes and a whole bunch of stuff like that, which is fine. So you kind of see where my biases lean towards as far as what I value more. Well, I'd rather just have both. I want to be able to do both, but it's like, god damn, dude. Like, as a storyteller, I just don't see the justification for all of it. As a storyteller, I'm looking at it like, holy fucking shit. Someone actually told me on my DA page, I don't know if he's blowing smoke up my ass, but he seems like, pretty genuine. He's nice and everything, and he's a cool guy. Giving me props for having the courage to post my chicken scratches online. But he said that I put a lot of thought and effort into my OC, and I'm over there thinking it's like I didn't really put thought and effort into creating that character. I just threw stuff at the wall and saw what stick. But I also redesigned the character 3 fucking times. Gave her a fatter ass and all this other shit. I think he's referring to the fact that the character has an actual fucking background story, an age, a nationality, likes and dislikes, and actually gave her a motivation in life for that contextualizes all the shit that she does in a porn comic, right? So I think that's what he meant by effort and thought. And that really says a lot right there when the average porn doesn't even have a story. I know people don't like porn for its story, but I guess that shows the kind of guy that I am. That I will put story in my porn because I just like stories. Right. It's also why I never shut the fuck up because apparently I can just keep going. I love telling stories. I really love telling stories. People are dying out there, but we lose our shit over a leotard. People are dying out there, and we're losing our shit over microtransactions. I don't want to hear that shit. People are dying. People are dying. Also, I was attacked here by borders, and I still don't know what to do and how to protect my family. Oh, well, fuck. Well, what are you doing here? If that's true, look, people are dying. They're dying. Shouldn't you be talking about, Peterson? What was it? Jefferson? Why aren't you talking about the Jefferson shooting or whatever the fuck that shooting was? Why aren't you talking about it? There's more important things to be talking about. There's always more important things to be talking about. I have way more important things to be doing in my life than bitching about this shit. But we do this shit to distract ourselves from all the horrible things in our lives. So I really don't see. I don't want to hear that. people are dying, and we're just shooting our shit over a leotard because those people don't have anything better to complain about. Social, we forget who we're talking about here. Social justice warriors, some of the just most spoiled, sheltered people on the planet. Of course, they're complaining about a fucking leotard. Um, Still got to question why she's wearing it though. I mean, I think everything I said spoke for itself. I'll let this video because women. Oh well, that's on you, buddy. Ill, gross. Honestly, your videos are my favorite to draw. Your content is fun. I don't need to actually watch the video. I just need to listen. Plus, I like your voice. Well, okay, that's a nice thumb. That's basically just a thumb up. All right. All right. I'm gonna start skimming through so we can get to the good shit because we're running out of the good shit. Oh, here's another. There's one more I just want to point out. Hot environment, less coughing or suffer heat stroke or whatever. The environment. Don't give me that environment bullshit. Shantae's uncle, whatever, that dude who creates all the gadgets, has this big clunky ass green fucking bodysuit on. This fucking jacket that he wears all the fucking time in fucking whatever Mirage Town or whatever the fuck the town was called. I forgot what the town was called. The Burning Town or whatever. Like, dude, clothing obviously isn't the fucking excuse. I mean, Bolo wears shorts, but aside from that, I don't necessarily see this dude wearing like aerodynamic clothing. You know, Bolo ain't running out there in a fucking two piece. What the fuck? Hot environments. Yeah, I played DOA. Okay, I remember playing as fucking Kasubi and shit out there in the winter level in a bikini. I'm not even gonna bother reading the like nothing against you personally. I'm just tired of this environment excuse, dude. That's played out. Not taking responsibility, blah blah blah. It seems like we're getting to the end, or it's probably should be. But you get the general idea. Everybody is in lockstep for the most part. The people who disagree are in the minority. We are just completely in lockstep with this. So you put huge breasts in the thumbnail, but then rant about stuff misleading. Congrats on getting a free. Well, I mean, sex sells, baby. Got you. I missed this one. Gotcha, bitch. I talked about boobs and female sexuality in the video. The thumbnail will have big boobs. It didn't really need to have big boobs in it. Actually, the thumbnail had no fun allowed on it, and then proceeded to call white people who complain about big breasts or just stupid and wasting their time. But yeah, congrats on watching maybe 2 seconds of the video because we obviously did see the same video, and I'm not even defending Miss Zizi. You're just objectively incorrect. Um, well, look, if you're just admitting that you clicked on the video because it had big tits on it, well, thanks for proving my point, right? That you guys just care about titties. Oh yeah, and I skipped the fucking merch. Like, look, it's cool that you have merch, but ugh, comment the fuck down. Like, whenever I watch like a John Tron or video or whatever, and he's like, "Did you hear about Raid Shadow Legends?" Like, oh god, I don't care. Raid Shadow Legends is totally like the best game that nobody's fucking playing. I mean, yeah, we have all these bots just giving it stars and shit. Oh god, terrible, terrible fucking commercials. They're just the other types of Christians, baby. Yeah, you get the idea. You get the general idea. There was there was a couple of ones that were criticizing her, and there was a couple of ones that were just shitting on her. That I was thinking about just exposing for them being shitty comments, but I think that's kind of the gist of it. I forgot. Like, if you downvote a comment, does it disappear? Because I actually downvoted those comments because they were so fucking stupid. They were basically calling her stupid, and that was just like, dude, come on, man. Like, if you're not gonna be constructive, get the fuck out of here. That just annoyed the shit out of me. The way they said it actually pissed me off for her. I got pissed off for her. Themselves or have child porn on their computers. The cognitive dissonance out fucking standing. I mean, you'd have to be able to prove that to really make that statement, but I mean, okay, if you say so. I guess they're pedophiles if you think that. What does that mean? These fuckers on internet probably lost their virginity to some beer-infused sexual accident before they come and point fingers at shit. So you mean to tell me they got raped and they came to the internet to complain about sexual depictions of women after being raped? There was one comment on. I'm trying to find the one with the crayon avatar, the fucking box of crayons that called out everyone in the fucking comments for probably supporting slut shaming if the time really called for it. Let me just look, see if I can find that comment. Anything too short is bad. If below the fingertips, she's a slut. We taught this in sixth grade nationwide. Then shit, you had a crappy curriculum. Well, I mean, that is kind of going what I was talking about with like cultural standards and everything about what that communicates visually. So if short skirts communicate slut to the audience, that may not have been of your intent, but that's the point. That's why character design matters, dude. Because you can give your character a short ass skirt, and they can be like, "Oh, actually, you're a slut." You know, it's like your character's a slut, and you didn't even mean that, but you're not thinking about it when you create these characters, and that's look, it's hentai. I get it. It's hentai. We're thinking about it way too much. Let adult fictional women have their titties. Hentai artists need the material. Actually, they don't, but it's always nice to receive more. Also, why are these protective saints so goddamn dirty minded? Yeah, there's nothing to see here. You know, their skirts are all extra low, and I described Raggio as a MILF, but there's nothing to see here. We get your mind out of the gutter. This isn't sexualized. This isn't sexualized. Dude, that's like looking up at fucking Matsu Sensei or whatever, or just any of those fucking artists, Marzan and shit, and just being like, "This isn't sexualized. Come on, that's not sexualized." Like you're kind of just saying that. Well, nothing is. It's only sexualized if you think it's sexualized. People can be attracted to blocks and shit. No, sexuality doesn't fucking exist. Like that's where this is going. Where we're just saying that sexualization doesn't exist, so we can try to ignore what's actually going on here with the blatant sexualization of these characters. Holy fucking shit. Being horny. Yeah, yes, that was the truth. Why do people like this exist? Some people care about the way characters are designed. Some people care about writing. Oh, this is the one that I responded to. I have that nice one. So we're getting close to where the comments are actually at. You know, did I get a response to this? Because I did get a notification. It could very well be this. Actually, it's not. Well, maybe it is because I didn't really reload this page for a minute, and this showed up while I was doing it, so it wouldn't show up down here. Well, you can pause the video and see what I'm doing in here, so you can see what my take is on this shit. Open my posts some more. Open these posts, show you what I'm talking about. And I do genuinely believe all this. I'm not really too keen on like arguing that this is like these are people who are like white wingers, and that like that's the issue that they're like against women's rights or anything. I feel like that's reading too much into it. But there's definitely something going on here as far as people being completely just deluded about like what's actually happening here. What confuses me about the whole social justice feminist redesigns are that they look more like men than women. I don't know if this is to make them appear stronger or more conservative, but it kind of gives me some mixed messages with the idea of female empowerment relies on the idea that men equal power. I don't know if anyone else gets what I mean. I get what you mean, but what I don't really get is how giving a woman clothes makes her a man. Kind of reminds me of what my own mother told me when I showed her my safer artwork, and she's like, that kind of looks like it could be a man or a woman, and it was a picture of a female anime character. Like, but because I didn't make her titties extra big, so I guess I need to make fucking porn. That's the only way you can tell. I mean, maybe it was my art style. But I could have sworn it was pretty obvious with the eyelashes and the fact that she had exposed thighs and shit and was wearing a dress that she was a fucking woman. But I didn't make her sexualized enough, apparently. Ancient Greeks celebrate the beauty of a woman. They are the true feminists in terms of art, at least, and they probably think these Puritans as insane for even having a problem with beauty in general. The ancient Greeks also butt fucked the living shit out of each other, and everybody who was in favor of things like the 19th Amendment, how people who are in favor of amendments in general, wouldn't exactly see eye to eye with the people from that society. So unless you want to go back to and not increasing the birth rates and all that other kind of shit. If those ideas don't offend you, be my fucking guest. But don't sit up here and be like the ancient Greeks celebrated the beauty of women. Yeah, the ancient Greeks, the ancient fucking backwards thinking. That's what the average progressive would have called it. Backwards thinking. The fucking Greeks and Rome and shit that fell and all that. Like, dude, back in the day when women didn't have the right to vote, and men were men, and the testosterone levels were as high as the sky could be. It's just as high as pie, just high in the sky hopes of testosterone. We had celebrated the beauty of women with colors of like nude sculptures, and like, but that's not the world that we live in, right? We live in a world where the joke I just made is enough to get somebody up my ass because they might legitimately think I hate women because I made a joke about ancient Greeks and the fact that none of the luxuries women take for granted today existed in those times because we didn't do that back then, okay? We actually had, gender discrimination back then. And boys actually had to man up at 10, as opposed to nowadays where 30 is the new 18. So things were completely different back then. It really doesn't fucking matter what happened back then, dude. It really does not matter, like in the slightest. Fucking ancient Greece. Who cares about ancient Greece? We're talking about now. Here's another dumb one. I think, did I downvote this? No, we're getting close to it. Something tells me you're a school bully. Funny enough, I was the one who was bullied. I believe that. We're all weirdos, so yeah. I was definitely bullied. Not surprised. Say shit when a ripped guy is shirtless. Because a ripped guy has different connotations to it. I'm not even gonna go into that right now. Like that's not really the same. But when I try to explain it to people and talk about gender dimorphism and stuff, the feminists and stuff, the progressives are the one that actually get mad. So maybe these people would understand what I'm talking about. When I talk about how genders are fucking different, women are the sex class and men are the work class, and we're building all the big shits and the roads and all this other kind of shit and all this the differences in genders and blah 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 that I've talked about before a million times under my other accounts that people never fucking understand. And that's the reason why a shirtless guy isn't it's not just nudity. It's not the same. It's not the same. It's about what those images represent within the context of our society. It's not just nudity. You can't just have a dude be shirtless and it's not the same thing. If you want to sexualize a man, give him a whole bunch of fucking money. Sorry if that one hit a little too close to home, but it's the fucking truth, right? It's the fucking truth. I threw up in my mouth after seeing that last Shantae redesign. Like, it wasn't that bad. Holy fucking shit. Really gonna shit on this dude's art like that? Be like, oh, I almost vomited. It was awful. It was awful. Calling social you're cool in my book. I've seen people like this in the social justice is a social work game is feminist propaganda. Just because the video game had a female character who was not sexualized at all and was simply really cute and that was kind of retarded. So I don't go out of my way attacking people for not making fat material. Okay, yeah, because she kind of does go out of her way to just shit on people for not making fat material, which really put things in perspective. Oh, that's just what the fuck was this even about? Okay, whatever. Bullshit. We're getting near the end. All right, now this is the comments that I wanted to talk about real quick before I closed it out. I know that was an extra 10 minutes, but this is the bonus round. So You don't want to hear me ramble on about this in the bonus round. You could have closed the video ages ago. I already made my point. But hey, I did all the scrolling for you. Now you don't have to scroll down the video yourself. So this whole video is an exaggerated joke. If they show only a tiny bit of skin, shows anime girls with basically only a bra and underwear on, shows anime girls practically non-existent skirts, shows anime girls in overly sexualized clothes. You call it sexualized, I'll call it cute and feminine. Yeah, cute and feminine. About that. Well, you think it's cute and feminine because you actually think it's cute. You forgot to. I'm not gonna scroll all the way up. Back up. I have to scroll all the way back down. I gotta scroll all the way back up. But you get the idea. You saw that ending picture. Like that's why you think it's cute and feminine. Like, dude, I don't think I need to explain that. I don't think I need to explain that. Like yeah. I mean, they're in bras and panties and shirts and stuff, and I just want to know why. I don't want to know why. How they only act like women are overly sexualized in video games is show where there are multiple male characters who are extremely sexualized in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. A lot of characters are even 18 and are tall, muscular, wearing clothes that barely cover anything, yet they seem to have no problem with it. Posing matters, context matters, cultural context matters, how people perceive the sexual marketplace values of different genders and everything, or different sexes, right? Because gender is just a made up term by that fucking pedophile John Money, so I'll try not to use the term gender because fuck John Money. But yeah, that look, I hate to play the feminist card, but I got to be real with you, dog. That's kind of what we like to call a false equivalence, dude. Sorry, it's kind of a false equivalence. It's not really the same. Dude, it's not that there shouldn't be a busty sexualized character in media, but media because it's always going to be there, and women are allowed to dress like that. It's that there are so many girls like in like anime that have big boobs solely for fan service, and there's a panty shot or some character with really short shirts, like that scene in fucking Food Wars I talked about earlier. It's showing a complete disregard for women as characters outside of their sex appeal. Why do the guys get to have badass battle armor while the girls get slave Leia type treatment? Why don't guys have an intense crotch shot or a close up of their chest? Well, I mean, Valdo has, his crotch shots and shit. Valdo has his gimp armor. Is that something? That counts, right? Valdo counts, right? My dude Valdo. It's because men are appreciated as more than something that people can get horny at. It occurs so much in media, and saying that everyone who disagrees with it as a Puritan is dismissing the struggles of women who face sexualization and sexual assault. Anyway, there's more to be said on this topic, but I'm done. Yeah, I don't believe the sexual assault part of that because those two a drawing is not going to get you raped. It's a chicken and egg scenario where people are trying to say that sexual depictions of women in media create a cultivation of a mindset as opposed to that being the result of a pre-existing mindset. You have to actually distinguish between the two and make a case for why one or the other is the actual truth before we start banning titty. Or else you're going to start banning titty, and then it's well, people are still getting raped. I thought I tried to send a message that women are not just sex objects. Yeah, well, turns out you can't just brainwash people with television to just believe things that don't match up with observable reality. You can't just wash it all away with fucking, just come on, dude. Can't do that. Here's one of my favorite ones. This exchange. If your character design relies on sexualizing women, feminine aligned characters, then you are just bad at character design, which is the fucking truth. There is nothing Puritan about this. You are just mad because some people don't like the fact that women are overly sexualized in media. Character backstory, personality aren't a factor because they are fictional and have no agency. A person designed them and wanted them to look like that. I think that's kind of true, like I was talking about earlier, though, if your character really is based around sexuality or whatever, if you go a cool fetish porn character like me, you want to do that, then yeah, that is relevant to their character design. You can make a character look like that. But at some point, you have to ask yourself: is the character sexualized because it's important to their character, or are you sexualizing the character? They're making their personality more sexual. Are you trying to justify the design, or does the design uh, expand on the character? And there is a difference. You know it if you actually sat down and tried to write a story. Like most stories are so fucking bad. They wanted to sexualize that character in some way that the character had no choice in the matter. Stop acting like these characters are real. They aren't. The way you're talking about it makes it sound like I don't know, like it's not that big of a deal. I know I'm the one that made the big 5 hour long epic complaining about it, but it's not that big of a deal, my dude. The characters have no agency. They're not real. You're just taking advantage of the characters and blah, blah, blah. Like it's not that big of a deal. I mean, if you only want to make milfs with big titties, you can. But I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like your story isn't shit. Kill a Kill story is shit. Story's bad. Admit you're horny and that you're mad because you can't stare at titties. And saying that, ZZ's response is, "You sound fun." That's such a disregarding. Just what kind of response is that? Like, god fucking damn, dude. Like that comment may not have been the best comment of all time, but Alex ain't exactly wrong, and it's fair. It's pretty fair critique. Maybe admit you're horny and that you're mad because you can't stare at anime titties. Maybe the attitude is probably the problem. Maybe it was the attitude that was kind of like uppity, like, well, just admit that you just hate titties. But considering how ZZ shits on the tumble rights in the video, I really don't see the issue with that type of tone. It seems like that's the general tone the video conveys, right? Like that's the tone that she wants other people to take with her. You sound fun is awfully dismissive. It's pretty bad. I didn't think you'd say that, but whatever, right? A lot of people have affected with big retardation. They must be deleted before they can take away my huge anime titties. Wow, Grease Master, you're really gonna wipe off social justice warriors off the face of the earth because they're gonna drain Chelsea's titties. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'd be willing to go to war for that. Those are only if I get to squeeze them afterwards. Only if I get to motorboat them and get to feel those luscious veins for myself. That big protruding blue vein on her titties. If I get to handle them, the manhandle them afterwards, I will fight for those titties, right? Because I do love me some big titties. But that's I don't think that's something worth dying over. Fucking titties. Characters just have big chests. Some characters just have big boobies. Um, yes, it's nice to have charming and interesting character design, but did you forget about something called personality? What personality? Fucking MILFs with rainbow hair. I get what you're saying when you say personality, but they usually don't give the character with big titties personality. And I like my dumb, dopey, innocent waifu characters as much as the next guy, but I'm not gonna sit up here and bullshit you and tell you that Orihime is this amazing fucking character just because I happen to like her. Hell, you should probably disregard what I just said because I like Bleach, and Bleach is fucking garbage. But I grew up with Bleach, so I have a nostalgia for Bleach, even though Bleach is fucking stupid. This is directed at gatekeepers. If your business originally don't make it yours, just stay out of my business. Stay away from my titty. You don't like it? Leave my titty alone. Leave my titty alone. Leave my titty alone. Like holy shit, just leave my titty alone, right? Like damn, dude. Like this. We're just talking about titty. We're just trying to defend titty. And then we're getting close to the crayon guy. I think I'm just gonna skip over the ones where they just shit on her. Maybe I should skip over that one. Basically, the comments was just calling her out. I was like, "Can I be cool like you? And can you teach me how to like porn and be cool like you?" And that's one where she said she was bisexual, and they're kind of just like fucking with her, right? Like you can tell it was like disingenuous statements. Like it was someone kind of like calling out someone for being like not like other girls or whatever. I wish I could be cool like you. I wish I could be a fucking whore like you, like a slut like you. Like they were just talking to her like that. And now it's real bitchy. And I could have sworn I downvoted that because they were just getting real bitchy with her. But reading that "You Sound Fun" comment again, I don't know. I kind of feel like it's happening for a reason. So I probably won't leave that. I'll probably just leave that alone. But yeah, that was a pretty shitty comment. It's somewhere down here. So if you go down here yourself, which you probably don't want to because you probably have a life. But yeah. Also, I don't have a problem with shit being over such a type if it does not fit with the world the character is in. Like, for instance, Darkest Dungeon, the world of that game is where something being overly sexual does not fit. For some fucking reason, the modding community makes a metric fuck ton of sexual mods. Well, to be fair, it's the modding community and not necessarily the game's developers, so that doesn't count. I mean, I'm not gonna outwardly chastise them for it, but it's just like, why? Why is the game? This game in particular? Why a game about death, despair, and a whole bunch of other terrible shit happening to people you put in parties to go fight an Eldritch monstrosity with a gritty art style to make oversized mod for? Sexualized mod for. And keep in mind that it isn't just large honkers and skimpy outfits or some shit like that. No, some of them just have full on nudity in them. What? Why? And keep in mind that there is a good chunk of non overly sexualized content in the DD modding community, but there is bizarrely a large chunk of overly sensualized content too. Because sex sells, and it's way easier to do that than it is to tell an actual fucking story. That's my greatest fear as an artist, is that I'm going to try to start a webcomic about an actual fucking story. People are going to be like, but where's the titty? And I'm going to be like, ding ding, actual plot going on here, plot relevancy, ding ding. I've got this nice drama story going on, a superhero story you've never seen before, completely original concept, ding ding. Want to try some? And nobody shows up, and then someone waddles up. It's like, Mister, can I please have more of the booby milk comic? It's like, ah, you piece of shit. Like, I don't. I'm afraid of that. I'm afraid that that's going to be what happens because you guys do not give a fuck about characters or character design. They telling those bitches to shut the fuck up about my titty. Just give me my titty. Blah 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 blah. All right. Blah 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 blah. Oh, this is about the Danganronpa tweet. Also, the entire game has tons of sex jokes and innuendos. Both the boys and the girls do and say stuff of equally. Uh, but that's kind of the point. Oh, it's just blabbering on Danganronpa. They happen in the MA community, so it's often absurd, especially in regards to Momo or whatever. Oh, My Hero Academia. My Hero Academia net. Alright, I think that's the time to wrap it up. I'm gonna wrap it up here. That's it, it's over. That's all I have to say on the matter. I'm done.